So welcome everyone, and thank you for coming and joining and sharing your knowledge with all.
I'm a bit late. Sorry, Hassan Halal from Senegal in Africa.
Welcome, Senegal.
Thank you.
And this is Kay Carvus from London.
Welcome, London. Okay, what I'm going to do is just play a 1-minute video with no sound. So if you're looking for the sound, it won't be there. What we'll do next is go into Mr. Keshe's request about discussing corona medical issues and so on YouTube. And obviously this is further leading into Zoom. So since many of us are in many meetings, it's good to be abreast on what the new policy changes are. And then we'll go to the plasma reactor group for about 15 minutes where Rick will go into detail about this policy. Sorry that some of us may have to bite our tongues, but that's the rules of the playing field right now. And the foundation is very grateful to YouTube for the thousands of videos they host at this time, and they don't want to jeopardize their standing at this point. So let's go right into that. First, we're going to see a video that will be talked about for the next hundreds of years, Mr. Keshe said.
Thank you very much for today. I hope we opened a new cycle in knowledge and understanding. I hope we open a new door for humanity to enter the universal community and understanding and the strength of the soul of the man. In so many ways, today, as I said, Thanksgiving Day, thank God for sharing the knowledge of universe with humanity. And I hope mankind will be wise to this change and evolution. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Keshe, once again for another Knowledge Seekers Workshop here. It's been the 356th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, November 26th, 2020. And we look forward to the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace coming up on Tuesday of next week at 4 p.m. Central European Time. And there's other public teachings as well in languages through the week, according to your schedules that you'll find on social media. Okay, I think that's it for today.
Sorry to come in. There is one message to all the groups. We spread this in other groups. In all the public teaching, please avoid from mentioning everything about the cure or medical terminologies that could be even with corona. We will not post any of the teachings which carry these things. It's a responsibility of the coordinator and those who moderate to make sure these things are not taught and brought out, people bringing and claiming cure or whatever in any of the teachings. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, there's something I'd like to bring up and we can discuss it a bit, which is about the issues with basically a censorship or what we call content that's not allowed, for example, in YouTube.
Yeah,
And,
that YouTube you asked me about the other day, yesterday. I've got to look into it. It's most likely what I mentioned, that this chap in Buenos Aires, he talked about curing people, and that must be got this negative effect in YouTube.
well, that's exactly right. It's not just a negative effect, but they removed the video, and we now have basically a strike against us. And if we get 3 strikes, they'll take down the entire YouTube channel with all of our videos, of all the languages. So this is what's being threatened, or what the possibilities are if we don't understand what it is that we're doing incorrectly. And when people start saying things and it goes against the guidelines from YouTube, then we have to stop them, and we have to say certain things that make it okay, and so on and so forth. So I'll go through what that's about here, because I had to learn about this, and it's new information for me, because this only came, well, it came out in, I think it was May 20th of 2020. So, I mean, it's been out for a while, but they didn't announce it or anything, so far as I know. This is what's called the COVID-19 Medical Misinformation Policy. And this is the, there's a number of YouTube, wait a minute, I have to make this shared properly here so you can see it. Here, that's better. So there's a number of YouTube policy categories, such as spam and deceptive practices, and sensitive content, and violent or dangerous content, and regulated goods, and so on. And our violation came under the violent or dangerous content area. And it wasn't the harmful or dangerous content policy, but the violent or graphic content policy, or the violent criminal organization, or the hate speech policy, or the harassment and cyber bullying policy. But it did come under the COVID-19 medical misinformation policy, which is under that same violent or dangerous content category. So when we click on that, we find this page, and it is a thorough page, and I'd like to go over it so we all have an understanding of what kind of we're up against here, and how that we can learn to, in a way, conform to what we need to keep staying on YouTube, while still being able to get the information out that we need to as a an organized group that's learning from each other, and so on. So the main item here is that the YouTube doesn't allow content about COVID-19 that poses a serious risk of egregious harm, and that means obvious or obvious harm, basically.
They're out of their rockers, aren't they?
Pardon me?
They're out of their rockers.
No, I wouldn't say that, because if you start to understand where they're coming from, then you wouldn't say that, because they have to protect themselves, because they have literally groups of lawyers that are throwing things at them and saying, you know, you can't allow this and so on and so forth.
They're after their business, yeah.
Of course, yes.
They couldn't care less about the health of the people. Yeah. You're going to have a lot of problem with the Brazilians. They have a lot of witch doctors. They may crop up with different things, and they'll find problems there.
That's right. It's covered here too, and this is where we're going to have to watch ourselves and watch each other and help police each other and try to understand how we can conform to their policies, but also help elevate the YouTube people to understand better where we're coming from. So let's carry on here. So YouTube doesn't allow content that spreads medical misinformation that contradicts local health authorities or the World Health Organization's medical information about COVID-19. This is limited to content that contradicts WHO or local health authorities' guidance on treatment, prevention, diagnostic, and transmission. It says, note, YouTube policies on COVID-19 are subject to change in response to changes to global or local health authorities' guidance on the virus. This policy was published on May 20th, 2020. What this policy means for you. If you're posting content, don't post content on YouTube if it includes any of the following. First category, treatment misinformation. So if it discourages someone from seeking medical treatment by encouraging the use of cures or remedies to treat COVID-19, you're not allowed to post that. Or claims that COVID-19 doesn't exist or that people do not die from it, content that encourages the use of home remedies in place of medical treatment, such as consulting a doctor or going to the hospital, content that encourages the use of prayer or rituals in place of medical treatment, content that claims that a vaccine for coronavirus is available or that there's a guaranteed cure, claims about COVID-19 vaccinations that contradict expert consensus from local health authorities or the WHO, content that claims that any currently available medicine prevents you from getting the coronavirus, and other content that discourages people from consulting a medical professional or seeking medical advice. Then under prevention misinformation, there's content that promotes prevention methods that contradict local health authorities or the WHO. Diagnostic misinformation is content that promotes diagnostic methods that contradict local health authorities or the WHO. And transmission misinformation is content that promotes transmission information that contradicts the local health authorities or WHO. Also, content that claims that COVID-19 is not caused by a viral infection, content that claims COVID-19 is not contagious, content that claims COVID-19 cannot spread in certain climates or geographies, content that claims that any group or individual has immunity to the virus or cannot transmit the virus, and content that disputes the efficacy of local health authorities or WHO's guidance on physical distancing or self-isolation measures to reduce the transmission of COVID-19. Now, there is this interesting caveat to put in here, which is under educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic content. So YouTube may allow content that violates the misinformation policies noted on this page if that content includes context that gives equal or greater weight to countervailing views from the local health authorities or to medical or scientific consensus. We may also make exceptions if the purpose of the content is to condemn or dispute misinformation that violates our policies. This context must appear in the images or audio of the video itself. Providing it in the title or description is insufficient. So again, just to go over that a little more, we may allow content that violates the misinformation policies noted on this page if that content includes context that gives equal or greater weight to countervailing views from the local health authorities or the WHO, basically. So if it's balanced, if what you say is balanced by, telling people they should go to their medical authorities and, agree that they should get vaccines or whatever it is, that's, you have to demonstrate that you're giving those views from the local authorities or the medical or scientific consensus, that is what your, what the main emphasis is, let's say. Goes on, examples of content that's not allowed on YouTube. Denial that COVID-19 exists, claims that people have not died from COVID-19, claims that there's a guaranteed vaccine for COVID-19, claims that a specific treatment or medicine is a guaranteed cure for COVID-19, claims that certain people have immunity to COVID-19 due to their race or nationality, encouraging taking home remedies instead of getting medical treatment when sick, discouraging people from consulting a medical professional if they're sick, content that claims that holding your breath can be used as a diagnostic test for COVID-19, videos alleging that if you avoid Asian food, you won't get the coronavirus, videos alleging that setting off fireworks can clean the air of the virus, claims that COVID-19 is caused by radiation from 5G networks, videos alleging that the COVID-19 test is the cause of the virus, claims that countries with hot climates will not experience the spread of the virus, videos alleging that social distancing and self-isolation are not effective in reducing the spread of the virus, and claims that the COVID-19 vaccine will kill people who receive it. So that's a bunch of things. Some of them seem kind of silly, but apparently they're getting videos that allege if you avoid Asian food, you won't get the coronavirus, or that setting off fireworks can clean the air of the virus, which is kind of strange because it's actually just the opposite, because they're finding that the higher air pollution is an indicator for higher amounts of the virus. So setting off fireworks is actually a big part of that. They recommend people not to set off fireworks now and so on. But holy cow. So you can kind of see the variety of inputs that YouTube is under pressure from all over the place. People are putting up videos that are not helpful, let's say, and in some cases actually harmful. And this is what we're up against. And of course, the things that come up from our work with the 1 Cup, 1 Life and that kind of thing might involve the claims that a specific treatment or medicine is a guaranteed cure for COVID-19. Or it might be encouraging home remedies instead of getting medical treatment when sick. Or they could say we're discouraging people from consulting a medical professional if they're sick, and so on and so forth. So, and what happens if the content violates this policy? If your content violates this policy, we'll remove the content and send you an email to let you know. This is your first time violating our community guidelines, you'll get a warning with no penalty on your channel. If it's not, we'll issue a strike against your channel. If you get 3 strikes, your channel will be terminated. And it gives a link to the strike system that we could look at some point, but I don't really want to get into that so much. Suffice to say, 3 strikes, you're out. That's within 90 days. So within 3 months, if you get 3 videos that are against their guidelines, then and they call you on it, then basically you lose your channel. So that would be not good if that happened to the Keshe Foundation, because we've got over 1,000.
Lost your audio.
The guidelines are, and as they maybe put more pressure on in terms of that policy, then they can manipulate who stays on YouTube quite easily. And it's not YouTube that's really the problem. YouTube probably couldn't care one way or another. They're just interested in getting lots of hits. They don't care if it's negative or positive or what kind of PR it is. But they do care in terms of if they get someone claiming, like some group, say a group of doctors or a group of someone that doesn't like the Keshe Foundation or whatever, they can say, well, there's content on here that goes against your policy on the COVID-19. And at, you know, at this point in the video, we can see this and hear them say that. And we want you to take this video down. And if they put that in a letter with some lawyers, then YouTube has no option than to just take it down. And the person or whoever owns that YouTube channel has the option of putting in an appeal, and they have to say why the video should stay up without even knowing why in particular it was even taken down, because they don't necessarily tell you that. They give you the category. In this case, the category is COVID-19 medical misinformation, is what we had a video taken down because of that policy just recently. So this is why I'm bringing this up, is we have to be very careful on all of the public teachings that go onto YouTube and on live stream as far as that goes, or even on Zoom, because they will also be starting to police this kind of thing. They're all under pressure to do so from WHO and health authorities and all the others that are forming our future here. So any questions on that or comments? Anybody have something to add or subtract to it?
Does that mean we can't?
Okay, I thought that was very important for all of us here, since we go to many different meetings, to help others that aren't aware of this policy. I was not aware of this policy until really last Wednesday when Rick reviewed it. So I want to thank Rick for doing that and sharing that, and that may prevent a loss of a lot of works that's gone into the various channels. As he said, there's thousands of videos and thousands of different, and a lot of people's time has been put into it. So as Rick said, does anyone have any questions about that policy?
Good evening. Can I come in, please? Legally, to be correct, at the beginning of each of these public teachings or public programs, the disclaimer has been sent to everyone. You have to play that disclaimer at the beginning and keep it on for 30 seconds or 1 minute that people can read it. That if it's a tool for us, at least to protect us a little bit against YouTube if somebody talks about it or whatever. And if you have that disclaimer, we advise you to play it. I'll put it on the screen when you start.
I don't have it. I don't.
I'll try to get it for you in the next few minutes. I'm asking the team in the background.
Thank you.
Every one of you, if you don't have it, ask for webmaster or send a message. We send it to you, or I put a link on in the background to once it's received to put it on. We have lost our YouTube channel, or what do you call it? Live stream twice, and it's very hard to get it back up. And there's a lot of problems with getting all these recordings back up in position. It's the responsibility of moderators to make sure they don't go on, because we have to be safe. We have one of the largest YouTube recordings, over 1,000, 2,000 of them, and we don't want to lose it. That's why I asked this to be put up very rapidly and everyone to be informed about it. Just please observe and what we call try to understand that I send it to who shall I send it to? Who can play it?
Joseph could possibly play it. I could possibly play it. Alex and.
Let me get Alex. Alex is easier for me.
I do have a slide of the disclaimer, Mark.
Okay.
So it's on its way to you again. But anybody wants it, needs it, please.
I have it.
Yeah, please understand it's very important for us to keep this. I'll try to put it on the chat in the back if anybody needs it, but it's set to be this way and we have to protect everything.
Didn't it say, if I recall, that you can't put it in the front of the video? It must be displayed while the video is being played? Did I misinterpret that?
It's all rules on it, yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Keshe, isn't this a private meeting that's not being displayed on YouTube or the live stream?
This is generally for everything at the moment. Either way, if somebody copies it and puts it on YouTube, we still stand liable for it. It's one of these things we have to watch, and not much we can do about it.
No, I understand that as far as being published for the public to look at, but this is a private meeting between the people, not to, and I don't know if they've been published on the YouTube, but this is a private meeting for the knowledge seekers, right?
No, it's not private, and it's in YouTube. Fragment or it's the same thing. It's public.
Yeah, Stephen, it's always been public. And I publish them on my YouTube channel standardly. I've done it almost since the beginning.
I have posted in the chat in the back. This disclaimer has to be played. I don't know how you can I can forward it to the others, but we have to, it's on the KPSSI disclaimer.
I see it in the chat here.
Yeah.
What shall we do?
It is well set out. It's just that.
Mark, would you like me to share screen?
Definitely.
Share a screen, please. Yeah, and then everybody can take it because I put the text there.
Alex, I just sent you the screenshot through Telegram.
Okay, thank you.
It seems a very subjective policy where they say, if we think, if we allow, if
Yes, they
give
own
way up.
everything.
Yeah, right.
This is YouTube is one of the most commonly used channels, so we have to abide by it. We cannot change it. And the text is very, very exact written, and is given for translation to all the languages that can be used.
Is this okay?
Perfect. We can see it.
Would you like to read it, Alex, or?
Actually, I was going to read it for the presentation, but I can read it again right now.
Either way.
The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANS processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional, medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties expressed or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves, for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Should we be removing the Corona name out of the name here? Keshe American Corona Team?
Send you a new file.
No, we keep it as it is. Okay. This is nothing to do with anything else.
Okay.
So let me ask the question again. Is 42 participants that are currently involved in this live streaming this to any other platform other than they're recording it?
I do not, no, not live streaming it, but I take the recording and I edit it and publish Mr. Keshe's part separately. And then I also, for the past, I'd say 3 or 4 weeks, I have also been publishing the entire session because it includes Alex's teaching, which many people have expressed an interest in hearing. And
right,
I mean,
no, I understand that, but this is basically a private meeting between the 43 participants that are now, or public, whatever. This is an invitational only meeting, correct?
No, it goes public.
After the fact.
Doesn't matter. Whatever you put it at the end, it comes to us.
Right.
At the end, it starts from here, and these are in public. People all over the world. You've seen people posting this on all the channels after this finishes. If they put anything up, they can come down. When we are correct from the beginning, nobody has to worry. Doesn't matter if you pick it up and put it on your YouTube, somebody make a claim that they can bring yours down. This doesn't apply as such to just Keshe Foundation, it's all of us. Because if you put on a channel which 200 people or 10 people watch and one of them says no and presses the button, you lose your channel. This way we correct from source. You got to realize that Keshe Foundation, most of like Thursday teaching, is watched to 100 million people within the first week to 2 weeks of it. Mainly by channel people putting up in their own channel. 1,000 here, 200 there, 500 there, translates in different languages. They send to all sorts of things. So with this way, we corrected from the beginning.
No, I understood that, Mr. Keshe. What I was just saying is that it seems like they're trying to censor the Zoom channel and what we speak about just because it may be published on YouTube at a later date.
Yes. So we've got to be correct in every way.
And
we protect the people as much as us this way.
So may I ask, is this retroactive? I mean, how do we deal with what has already been published?
Those are no problem. This we are looking into, we are checking whatever. Those are no problem. This from now on we have to be. What we didn't know, we don't have to worry about and see what comes up. And every 3 months it renews. It's just trying to keep, there are some 20 odd different YouTube teachings and weekly programs. And this is why we'll keep on emphasizing so often with this. Every week, 20 YouTube channels goes up on KF. Different teaching sessions, workshops, translations. So we have to be correct. And if you are correct from here, people will take from us to put in their channels, they don't lose their channels.
Well, Mr. Keshe, that's why I asked last week if we were going to try to create our own platform where we don't have to worry about being censored, where we can discuss things.
We used to have, and Belgium destroyed it. Cost us hundreds of thousands. They picked up our servers on transport, actually and they literally smashed it up. Those of you who've been around, it cost, we always had our own servers till 3-4 years ago. And when we moved servers to a new safe place, the Belgians got hold of it, they smashed it to pieces. Cost us tens of thousands. From day one, I bought my own servers on all fast digits, conversions, security, everything we had. The plan was that way, but we came to move the servers from Holland into Italy to a safe house. And the Belgians got hold of it, they smashed it open. Damn the nation. This is never stops with this nation. We lost everything. We had so much data on it. We showed it. The boxes were smashed, they arrived deliberately.
So I guess my question goes to, so the only way to protect the free speech within this group would be not to allow recordings of it to be published.
No, you publish it. We have to be careful. It's not just this group, it's everywhere. It's now not just us, it's everyone who puts things on YouTube and discusses COVID has to find the parameters. It means don't claim. You can't say don't do this, don't do that. So we have to abide by the rules. This is the way it is.
Well,
We
like
don't
when we
know
had,
what's gonna play.
like when we had our discussion about the virus itself, when we were discussing it, myself and you, about the level 4 and what they've proven and all that, that type of talk isn't going to be allowed on this.
We do not know. We have to watch from now on. From now on, we have to watch. We can't claim cure, we can't do all sorts of things, and we do not know. This is the way it is. We have to go the way it is. From now on, we have to watch. Our original plan was, we started placing servers around the world. And as you know, we got trapped with this, what we call nation of misconducts. So we stopped it. I was investing nearly €1 million in servers around the world that if one comes down, we can go up to other places. But we had to move our 2 servers from one place to another to start the setup, and you see what happened. In the future,
perhaps it's best just to put Corona behind us.
Let's see if it's going to be that easy. What we see now, the lockdowns, I don't know, I was told even if France has extended to January for restaurants, it's not going to be something which is going to go. So we have to, at this moment of time, abide by it.
So, Mr. Keshe, for instance, if we wanted to discuss the possible detrimental effects of a vaccine, how would we approach it?
We do not know. Nobody knows. I don't think even the guys in YouTube know. It is part of trying to avoid it. That's what it is. They don't want anyone to talk about it, so they can do what they like. So we can't get involved in these things. We cannot get in these kind of stupid cycles. Just we have to watch. That's all. If you were here long enough, about 5 years, 6 years ago, we just mentioned one name and they brought us down. And that's why we don't mention full names anymore. They brought us down, we made the accusation, they brought us second time down, 2 weeks later we made accusation, and 6 months later the guy got in life sentence. What was the justification of it? Us showing there was a pedophile in the structure. He made a claim and they listened to him. We don't know how it works, nobody knows. We have another pedophile among the Keshe Foundation, which we got rid of. But this time we didn't go to risk it. Bigger organization sitting in Switzerland. But this time we didn't do anything. We learned. We just got rid of the guy. I met with Interpol, I met with Swiss police. It wasn't worth doing it. It's for them. We have to understand is internet dictatorship, and we have to watch at the moment. That's how it played.
Right. The old Americans say an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Yep.
So rather than let's err on the side of caution, do you think the hiding it will actually make people search it out even more?
It's not hiding it. It's just that it's so much in open that no one knows what's going to happen. I speak to some people in these fields and communicate with what you call heads of different research. They're in the same trap. They cannot even publish to say the research they've done shows so many discrepancies, because they're going to bring them down. They won't publish their paper. We had one happen a couple of days ago, that they said, oh, they made a mistake in their data and they want to launch the material. We have to watch, or at least keep away from it, because not much can be done. I learned that in Iran. We spend so much time and money and so much on it. They just went in the last 10 minutes and blocked everything. This is a structure which works nowadays. They blow you up or they shut you down, either way.
Mr. Keshe, are we post-corona?
To us, yes, we don't consider. To us, the Keshe Foundation, scientifically, we are, but we have to allow the governments to do whatever they have to do and whatever they do, and how the governments give their freedom. And the freedom is what the airlines give you the freedom. And how you can cross borders with what freedom. As long as you live in your own nation and you don't go anywhere, or you cross the borders illegally or through the back doors, it seemed to be okay. But you get to the hotel, they said, you have a corona injection certificate. No, you can't stay. It happened to us 6 weeks ago. As you all know, I've said it before. We were told everything is clear. We checked with the hotel. When we arrived there, no, you just gone brown since yesterday. And we couldn't find a place to live. We literally had to get a boat and live in the open seas. No one knows how this played.
Well, the reason I ask is for the context of this group is that if we're post-corona, then we wouldn't, if we don't elaborate too much on what's post, then we shouldn't have a problem, right? If we stick to
yeah,
the knowledge.
But the thing is, we can speak about the knowledge, what we do, what we done. We can't speak about the cure. This is what we do. You understand? You have to. It's the way it is. It's gagging order, if you understand it. There's nothing we can do. So we stay, because we lost twice. We lost our channels twice in less than 2 weeks. And at the end, we were proven to be correct. When the guy got the life sentence, nobody came to apologize.
No, I understand. And so that any of the content that's put should be irrespective of corona. You know, that's like why he said maybe we should take the name down off of that, because that implies
that is set up for it, but be careful what you talk about. They can't tell you cannot talk, but don't speak about the cure. Don't speak that you're going to go and do a sit down and lockdown or whatever. You can talk about what you see, what affects, whatever, but you cannot speak about the cure or don't do, and this is the way you're going to use it. You can say, this is what I've done to myself. There's no problem with it. But you can't tell other people to do it. We have to become wise in the art of communication.
Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
After the World War II, Germany and England outlawed censorship, and they were the only two countries, as far as I know, that had that law. Have those laws been changed in those countries?
No. Censorship we still have in England. In England, censorship is heavy. But in certain ways, when they get the collaborations from the, from the media.
What about Germany?
I don't know. I'm not wise to these things.
So just to let you know that YouTube is a private company. They hide under the protection of being a utility under Section 230 of the United States Code. And so even though they're now acting as a publisher and a censorship, they're going to lose that protection. So by them doing what they're doing is going to put them basically out of business if they continue. So that's just the way they were founded in the United States, so they're under the Utilities Act, but they have far from gone from being a utility. They are a publisher. They do censor, and that's what we've been having congressional meetings in the Senate on these specific actions that they're taking against censorship. So hopefully they'll be resolved pretty soon, and then we won't have these issues. But that's just the background of where we're at right now with this. Thank you.
Please keep an eye if you see anybody on the list who you do not know and is not clear to us, call it out, because the foundation has received a ransom and extortion, and we are keeping an eye. So in all your teachings, in everything else, please be very vigilant. We have received a large ransom and extortion. We will release it in the court, but please be vigilant. If you see anything appears in any shape or form about the Keshe Foundation or whatever, please immediately bring it down.
Do you mean guests that are here today with us?
Yes, we have to know most of all the guests that they will not pop up with anything strange. We saw one last week, disappeared, we knew, if you remember, and never came back up. The Keshe Foundation has received a very large ransom and threat and extortion.
Here in this list, good morning, Mr. Keshe. One participant is not clear who is a soul. It's writing here. And it's better asking a soul with a black picture. And the rest, I know everybody.
Can you identify yourself as a soul, please? Hello?
She says sure, but I don't know if you have the microphone.
We have to know what it is.
Have the microphone.
Yes, they have a microphone.
Because sometimes it's logged with
Please, yeah, watch
number.
Who they are, who's a soul.
In the chat, it said that's Comforter.
Hey, change the name of make your identity comfort, not the other. No fluffy Luffy. Make your name point.
Can you, who is the moderator? Can you, if they don't show themselves, just delete them, block them?
Okay. Comforter, would you like to redeem yourself now? I know he's been on Rick's show and he's been in this meeting before.
Which one is that?
It says a soul.
Yeah, we want to know who it is.
I don't know who it is.
I believe Comforter is from England, and he's been in Rick's show, and he's been here for quite a while too.
Well, we don't see Comforter here.
He says he changed his name to A Soul, I believe.
Yeah, we got to know who he is very clearly.
Okay, second request, Comforter, would you like to come forward and introduce yourself to us? Otherwise, Mr. Keshe said we need to dismiss you.
Sure.
Please.
Hello?
Yes.
Excuse me, sir. Pardon me. I just decided that at meetings I just call myself a soul. I didn't.
No.
You know, my apology. I didn't.
Yeah, it's just that we
with
these teaching. No. In teachings we are very straightforward. If we all know who we are, it's easy to know. We have received a very large ransom and extortion. All the Keshe Foundation chat rooms will be attacked and what they call it, spread with all sorts of nonsense. So we are protecting the foundation. Carry on, please.
I see a name, Nazu Ji Ta, guest. Is anyone familiar with Nazu Ji Ta?
Sounds Chinese.
Yes, I think so. It's Xi
Nazu?
Nazu, Xita, guest.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Introduce yourself to us and Mr. Keshe, please.
Yes, I'm here in America.
Oh.
And I've been in the Telegram for a little bit, a few weeks now.
Okay.
And
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay. Alex, do you want to start? I think. It's just come to the point we have to protect ourselves in every shape or form and the structure. And we're becoming more and more vigilant in these matters. And the foundation is growing in different ways, and we're attracting different kind of people. So it's our responsibility to be correct and to protect people who come here that are in a safe hand. Thank you very much.
Mr. Keshe, for this reason, I read in last time when you're asking who is the participant, Babayani, I read it in the question because I don't have the chat to read. It's one of a knowledge seeker from Romania. When you're asking,
we know that. We got to know immediately. Our webmasters in the background inform me straight away.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We keep certain vigilance on everything as much as we can, and on the other hand, we are here to spread the knowledge and technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you think we should avoid the health topic for the most part and just discuss energy?
Not really, as long as you don't talk about the cure and claim things. You can tell I've done it to myself and this is what I've seen. But you can't tell people you got to do this and this is the way to do it. It's very simple. Self-vigilance, we call it.
Okay, we'll do our due diligence then.
We have to, we have no choice.
Mark, I'm going to stop sharing. Are you going to show a couple of videos for us, please?
Which video would you? I think I've exhausted the ones that I had lined up, and I had planned to have you come in now and do a teaching.
What about Mr. Keshe's video on Thursday and then Rick's video that I sent you?
Well, if I play Mr. Keshe's teaching from the beginning of the workshop, that's about
no, just the motion.
Just the what? Oh, the motion. Yes, we can pull that up.
I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay. Now you can see that, right? I can back that up to the beginning, Alex. Is that what you'd like? Alex, can you hear me?
Oh my God. You know what's happened? I'm going to have to drop out again because I opened up the video. So, please, and I'll be back in a minute.
No problem. Let's watch this video, which shows motion. It shows a cup. It doesn't have a center. It's actually isolated from any base here. And Mr. Keshe will go on in the future to show this without the ball in it and with just liquid in it, creating a spiral or a whirlpool, so to speak.
What you mean?
Did you say in the future you would be showing this cup without a ball in it? I do believe. And you said you will be showing just the liquid spinning with no ball in it.
We will show without the liquid. We actually
And
the
even
set.
without the liquid as well. I see.
Yeah.
So this is
we have just set that the structure up for it.
Excuse me, sir.
We have set up the structure in the lab now to create a condition without the liquid. We are replicating a galaxy at the moment in the office, in the lab. And we are pushing the knowledge to the point that we do not need to use any medium.
This ball with the eyes and the nose, and it looks like a mouth, or depending on the angle, did that form just appear there during the testing?
No. It's deliberately done.
Placed. Okay.
It's deliberately done. It's deliberately structured. We have, I think, about 50 different combinations at the moment. We can literally replicate now the solar system. But creating the solar system without the sun, with the center point, is the problem, or is the what we're trying to achieve. In the next few weeks, we strive, maybe Monday, Tuesday, we strive to get to that point without medium. But it's a long shot, but we have the knowledge, we have the capabilities.
When I first saw this video, I thought of the self-charging chip that you've kept in your pocket for so long. And I said, oh, he's showing us I mean, obviously in the self-charging chip, it'd probably go a little faster and a little smaller and so on. And then when I saw the head rolling around, I said, I know you speak on many different levels with a lot of multiple meanings in duplitant. And I said, gee, this is a message to some who see it that way as the end of control of man in the financial area, in the energy area, in the feeding, food, cultural area, in the health area, as well as in the area of the soul of the man, in the religious area. So I saw this ball as, in English, we have a say, heads are about to roll, metaphorically, so to speak, in all these different venues, let's say.
Yeah, it's just that we try to it's an understanding of the creation and creating the condition of the creation. If you understand it, and you can replicate it, then what you call you play games with positioning, with running it, with understanding it. We become good in creating universal conditions, and it it is the functionality of it that we can function within what we build and it responds. We have managed to create many, many new phenomena. And it all depends on our negotiations with the 2 or 3 governments we're negotiating. How are we going to bring it out? As I said in the teachings, we have asked the head of the Keshe Foundation, the 2 ladies, on the terms of negotiation. We deliver technology. They negotiate the education part on the peace side. They have the capability to do so. Many, many things, as I see it, will change in the world of science. Many fundamental theories which we never understood will be explained, will be brought out. And the understanding of the structure of the work and in the world of creation will lead us to a new phenomena, understanding new things we didn't know. And we are establishing it in the lab. Today we have literally two structures which build about 4 galaxies in as we say, in the oven cooking. It's taken weeks and months of preparation. But we might show you that if we can, that you might see, as you see now, the ball floating in the liquid. You will see the same ball with the same heartbeat floating in the air. And we have the knowledge to position it where about the air we want it to be. It's a very interesting time in the lab. And that's where I wanted to go back to, and I'm back in there. So it's playing childish games with the creation.
Did you also have a reference to harvesting souls?
What is this? Why do we need to harvest souls? I don't understand what this means.
I thought that was your terminology in the actual video. And that'll come, the understanding will come a little later for something. And I think you referred
we can enhance souls. The whole condition is what we are working for now, targeting work-wise, is to create that elusive transportation of cells. We are working in that direction, and it's essential for us to understand most of it. But at the same time, we have to, add to the systems that the enhancement units meet the delivery next 2 months. It's a very complicated game. It's not easy. But it's something that we cannot teach. At the moment, we're just literally putting data and gathering knowledge, deciding when we shall disperse with the knowledge. Creating that heartbeat in that water, creating the central rotation, what you call it, in its own axis, and then creating the next rotation in the what I call environment of the ball is years and years of research and knowledge. Never been done. Now we want to take the same thing and see if we can make it without liquid. I was working on it till 6, 7 o'clock on Friday before I left the lab. And the team were working till 10 o'clock, just finishing it up. We do one experiment maybe a day sometimes. The rest is just the preparation, preparing everything for the next step, next step. Sometimes it takes us 1 week to do one test.
So, Mr. Keshe, what role does the liquid play?
Floating it. That's all it is. Literally floating it and literally is a specific liquid. It's not a normal liquid. And we have access to huge, what I call cabinet of gases. You see some very few if you've been to the exhibition center. We carry most probably totally maybe about 200 in the center and with me separately. In knowing what condition you want to create, what environment you want to create, what you expect from it, is all by and all is knowledge. As I was saying to one of the knowledge seekers a couple of days ago, I just asked to bring 2 or 3 gases on the table. I said, what can you do with these gases? Oh, nothing. I said, if you were my position, if you were a nuclear physicist like me, you know you have access to one of the most powerful radioactive materials in this room. But you don't know how to mix it. That's what it is, how you fix it, how you mix it, how you place it. Very, very little, tiny knowledge would be to get it rotating the way you see it in the ball. It's taken a lot of time. And I know what to do with it. But my habit is I don't do. I just sit and wait for the knowledge seekers to push it. And if they can't, I just told them you got to put it this, there, and it starts rotating. So why don't you? I said, because I have to see what you learn, what you can do. There is a reason Earth rotates on its axis. There's a reason why Earth rotates in the solar system. We have to understand all of it. It's not just putting it in and it happens. We change another ball into this liquid and it runs about 3,000-4,000 RPM. Same liquid, the same environment. It just goes crazy.
So in order to get rid of the liquid, you need to create an environment that interacts with the atmosphere the way it is now interacting with the liquid? That was a question.
You call it atmosphere, we call it environment. Atmosphere of universe. Universal atmosphere is very different than mankind universe. This is a big, big difference. Very big difference.
is something similar when you say you create a field of oxygen, not the oxygen.
Exactly.
The soul of what you are need.
Yeah.
Is this message to the governments? It's time to play ball.
It's a message to humanity we are here to deliver.
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
If you want to create a condition in the matter state, you consider what we look at as the four states of matter. So in the as you're showing the ball in the liquid, is, how do I put this, is if you want to
Very
manipulate.
cleverly that I don't answer.
Okay, great. That's because I don't want you to spoon feed me. I want to, I guess the question is if I want to affect one state of matter, whether it's the gaseous atmosphere or the liquid matter, I don't want to use that state of matter in my, to create my condition. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. That if I want to go from a liquid to a gaseous state of manipulate or controlling that focus, that I would take that state of matter out of my condition. I don't know if that's the way to speak about it either.
Repeat it again. Let's speak it till we find out if you spoken the right way.
In the condition that you're showing, you have the GAN state, which is the combinations of all the states of matter that we understand, and yet you've chosen to the environment as a liquid of some sort. Does that mean that the condition that, like the globe that you put around it, that's the liquid is the state that's absence from the condition around it?
Maybe you can define it that way. Or maybe let's put it the other way, which you understand better, I presume, is what the material does not absorb as rays is what the color we see. If you understand that terminology, in the world of science, what cannot be absorbed by the body, we see it. If it's red, it means everything else gets absorbed except red. That's why we see the material as red. If I understood my world of teachings of physics, so what you want to float in or float with is what you cannot have.
So I guess my question is the material around it.
You're doing a lot of guessing, huh?
No, not guessing. I'm not trying to guess. I was saying is that if we look at the material that's around it, one of those is how it was created is lacking something that we wish to create the condition within. Oh, I don't know how to say it.
I can see what you're trying to say. I can feel what you're trying to communicate. But in so many ways, the world of science doesn't change if you change the environment. The principle is always the same. So you
You have to consider that part. You have to understand that part. And once you do, the rest is easy. In the just 1 second, please.
Further down the road, when we understand this technology more, would it be possible to correct the Earth's position in space?
What do you mean by that?
Well, as I understand, we are off course by a long way due to the oil burning on the planet and using what was in the center of the Earth.
What do you mean by that? You can go with the knowledge your knowledge seeker have. Today, you can travel the span of the world. But you don't put, as we say in English, you don't put your back into it. You don't put your knowledge into it. If you listen to the teachings, everything is in there. That's why I say in the lab, I say, oh, we heard this one, but we couldn't understand what it means. It's listen, understand the logic behind it. I don't do anything in the lab which hasn't been taught. I literally just move a small piece somewhere and pops out new condition, new environment, new effect. If you been in the lab, I don't go and build things. Building huge things is for those who just want to do something. I work with little things. I work with the small reactors. But when I build a reactor, everything is considered. But knowledge seekers, you have everything. What I work with, what I made this, what you see floating and says such a change, it's all what is in the teaching. There is no magic.
So, Mr. Keshe, as we continue to work backwards.
Why don't we walk forwards, understanding more?
I know, but what we see now, we have to work backwards to try to understand and connect what you've taught us to what we see in confirmation. That's
heard
struggling.
One of your clever guys says, "Oh, this is what we just, what do you call it? Been talking in the teaching this week." Where is Jalal? So it means you all know it. If it is, and some of you understand it is there, but you have to remember everything counts. Everything counts. The positioning, the nano coating, the gas coating, everything, and how you do it, the way you do it, every, as we say in English, every nitty gritty counts. But you don't. The habit is, oh, I do it this, and that's it. If I don't get it, there is something wrong with it. Sometimes you receive surprises. What you don't expect, you see. Sometimes you get exactly what you're planning for. It's taken me one morning to set up a structure of a galaxy. But you have to understand that in the lab, we have so much access to so much materials that doesn't exist in most of your, what I call rooms or garages or wherever you do these tests. The Keshe Foundation lab has at least
1 or 2 million euros of stock and materials and things in it. When we add up, we want something. I was saying to people in the lab, we just want something and we just raise our hand and it's there. But if you want to do it, you have to go and find a place where you go to shop and you see. It's all been gathered over years, 30, 40 years of research. A couple of weeks ago, I wanted to explain a phenomena, and I just asked, has anybody seen such a thing in the lab? And they said, yeah, it's something sitting in the back. I said, bring it in on the table. And within minutes, what I wanted, it was shown and it was understood what is the next step in the development. And I said, this thing, what you see, I sent somebody 10 years ago in 2009, 2010, maybe around that time, 2 years to a class to learn how to make this. The guy spent nearly 2 years in college to learn what was straight away on the table. It could be tested. I paid huge amount of money for it to be developed. Huge amount of money. And now that knowledge sits with what you see on this yellow cap. This yellow cap, what's under it, it has cost me, I don't know, 200,000 to 300,000 euro, maybe more. And years of research. What I could see this, what's on this yellow cap, in 2008, I designed it in 2010. I had to find someone to make it. And the guy had to go to college for 2 years to learn how to do what I was looking for. He said it can be done, but I cannot see how. I have to go. And then one day he called me and says, what you were thinking about, I've made it. And I picked it up. If you pass it in the lab, you don't even think about such a thing.
It looks as though the yellow plastic or whatever was at one point sealed for a time.
No,
And then
this
opened.
says no. The ball was open till maybe 10 minutes before this picture was taken. And I asked, I don't want anything to be shown. So what they did, they used the yellow tape to do it, covered it.
Ah, I see.
But that's all. That's how simple it is. But what's in that ball, what you see is that in window, because they took a picture from the window, you could see this roll bowling in the window. I said, no, we don't want it to be shown. But the technology, you don't have it. Nobody has this knowledge. I brought it up from universal knowledge, from tokamak, from fast breeder reactors, knowledge in the background of touching CERN, high-speed radiation. And this is what you see in a simple way on the table. It's the knowledge of gravity and inertia, it's the knowledge of magnetic fields through matter state and plasma state. That ball on its own, what it does now is 20 years of research, maybe beyond. And what sits there, you don't see it. When I open it, is only maybe cost with €5, €10 basic of it can be made. It's taken tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of euros. And it's taken 8 weeks to teach to one knowledge seeker, 2 knowledge seekers. Now we are creating the plasma field like universe to see how 2 galaxies interact. By tomorrow night, we'll see new dimensions, most probably. But to make it, even in the lab, they started about 6 weeks ago, preparing the tools for it.
So could you possibly simplify the intention of what this is to show? What is it? Just the replication of the, not just the replication, but it's just to replicate the Earth's movement in the universe in relationship to the fields, or
In a way, is showing how state of fields affects other fields. In this structure, there is no matter state. This is the beauty of it. There is no matter state here. We don't deal with matter state.
but yet if you're in the intermediary, there's still the inertia component within it?
Inertia exists in the galaxies. Inertia is not just a property of the planetary system. Universe, the span of the universe has both gravity and inertia.
When you wrote it, the intermediary, you said gravitational plus magnetical plus inertia is a way of defining the intermediary between the field state and the matter state. Does that still hold true?
It holds true in any position in the universe. Depends which one you want to increase. If you increase the inertia, you see the matter state. If you increase the gravitational, you see black hole. But exactly everything is the same. Nothing changes. If you go and read the paper about creation of black hole, it's what you see here. One of the biggest things which knowledge seekers don't understand, and I literally bang my head for years against the wall for it, but they don't see it. And we get it in alkaline and acidic and whatever we look at, is to create a black hole, what do you need? What does a black hole do? Go back to the principle of the science and technology of a plasma. The weakest feeds the weakest get fed by the strongest. So if you're a black hole, you have to be the weakest of the weakest, not the strongest. That everybody wants to feed you. But none of the knowledge seekers picks on it. You just don't do. It takes me 2 seconds to make a black hole. It took the guy to come up with a lot of rubbish theories which never understood. And in a way, in the center of this ball rotating, there's a black hole that is trying to pull, and the strength in that environment, in that ball, holds itself to the wall. But it keeps distance from the black hole. I feed you as much as I like, but that's all you're going to get. And now you listen to the theory, the black hole is the biggest pool and absorbs everything. What a cockahoo. If you understood the principle of the plasma, the weakest gets fed by the strongest. So you have to be, in totality, the weakest of the all that everybody wants to feed you. So what do you take if you're the weakest all? Subatomic, submolecular, subfields. Because man is used to everything has to be big to be correct. Scientists don't understand the science, so they're in a problem. If you want to go to a condition of black hole, go to submatter condition, not to go into the center. I'm the beginning, I'm the end. By being the lowest, I become the biggest, and when I become biggest, I have to give to become lowest again. Which part of his knowledge seekers don't understand, I don't know.
Perhaps the part where you explain about the system of 5 cups when you're speaking about a vertical plate or horizontal plate or number of plates for creating the what condition you need, the gaseous, the material, the liquid, or perhaps when you explained about the rotation, what's happened when you're rotating the reactors, like let's say a ball of Rick, how it's creating the difference, where is state the weaker, where is state the lower, and where it's this protuberance inside of balls for creating turbulence, perhaps.
So if I ask you, is there weaker deuterium within this condition? Such that instead of thinking about it to be stronger, we think it as weaker, in that we create the condition that the hydrogen and the deuterium facilitate the rotation.
Can I answer with a little joke? I have the hole in my brain. I try to feed you, and my brain is growing.
Not the hole in the head, right? Not the hole in the head not growing.
As knowledge seekers, you got to analyze as knowledge seekers, comprehend the science, not copycat what it is. It's understanding of the creation, not creating to understand. It's two different things. If you understand it, you can create anything, but they keep on creating to understand. It doesn't work that way. And that's why most of the knowledge seekers are random. Take your time, maybe a week, a month, for one experiment, and then take a month or two to build what you want to do, and then take your time to understand what you build on a month or two. In 1 year, you do one test, but when you do it, even you still could make mistake or understand something new. Now, we have developed new materials, totally new materials, never existed. We have developed new transformers. No one can imagine transformers can be. We can drop from 20, we have made adjusters in the way I call it. We can from 200 kilohertz to 40 kilohertz in milliseconds with use of materials. We can go to 10 hertz, the same. We can go from 1 amp to 200 amps by development of new materials. But it needs understanding the technique. It took me half an hour to explain. It took one night till 3 o'clock in the morning. They stayed in the lab to make it. And next morning, we just plugged it in. 200 kilohertz to 40. And total cost $1. permanently operating under the same, permanently creating current and energy, converting waves into energy, but within the structure of the plasma. Always say people don't understand, I don't understand. Say, why you keep on telling us you don't? Because you really don't understand what you're doing. And then say, we are not stupid. Nobody said anybody is stupid. It's just that knowledge has not been understood and you cannot force feed and you cannot chew and feed.
Is it possible to hear from the person that did this, to have them describe what they, if someone created this, if it wasn't you that actually did this, that someone else, that you taught someone to do this, is it possible to hear from them about how their experience and what they've learned?
We have brought a rule as of early this year, and we now literally tighten it down because research is very deep. No members of the Keshe Foundation who work within the lab can teach or give teachings or classes or workshops or share knowledge. Anyone who does will be dismissed from the research center. And it's so precious to work there that nobody breaks the rule. Because we test on the edge. People don't understand, and if the knowledge goes out prematurely the way we want it, can cause a lot of. It's not censorship, it's creating condition that the right time everybody gets. Because a couple of people working in the center, they start talking, and it was very simple. They all have signed non-disclosure agreement. Breaking it is dismissed. It's a beautiful environment to work in. It's relaxed. Anybody does what whatever their own job. But if any of the people, especially from now on in the lab, speak outside, they will lose their jobs.
Well, what I meant was more of a historical archived, they created a paper for the archive, and someday it would be
released. We don't
released.
have time. We make so many things in the same time in one day, in 1 week. Archives doesn't exist at this speed of rapid development. We don't have time.
So, Mr. Keshe, way forward then is you're spending time in the lab to teach those who can accomplish these things and come to an understanding of this. And then they need to produce prototypes or produce, like you talked about, the 200 to 40 amps, something that can be shown. And then you show this to governments and you have to get them on board. And then at that point, it could be taught more openly. Is that the procedure?
In a way, we can say that, but in a way, we spend a lot of time developing things. But what it takes most probably 20, 30 years for the knowledge to be transferred, to be gathered in a lab, I transfer within minutes to the people who we work with. I never allowed anybody into my lab, and after years, it's the first time I transfer knowledge to 2, 3 people who know what they're doing. They're there to make it happen, and we just bring people we trust into the structure. Now the numbers of people in the research has doubled in the past 2 weeks. in the past week. We target to reach a research center of about 500 to 1,000 people in next year. But don't forget, we are developing, researching in other parts of the Keshe Foundation too. It's not just one lab anymore. Now in China, we develop in 2-3 offices of the Keshe Foundation. We develop in 2-3 places in Asia and here in Europe. But I control everything that nobody moves in any other direction. What we took a lot out of what we call the front line. You could see a lot of things happening and put a lot of time and effort in the back, the actual growth of the technology.
Alex, would you like to share Rick's video? I can't seem to get it to play on my end. Okay, maybe not.
So I guess, Mr. Keshe, the question goes back, should we that don't have access to the labs, and should we focus on what you've already put out there in public, the magravs or GANs?
No, you carry on. The thing is there. You have to break barriers. The knowledge seekers have to break barriers. You cannot be just because there's no magrav shown or just do magrav because you think you have the knowledge cannot stop. Add to magrav. We have magravs. We use magravs. I structure magravs in different ways. And there is not much we can do, just being limited with the knowledge. But you can gain knowledge. I gain knowledge through doing things. I carry a certain amount of, knowledge which comes with what I have. But on the other hand, some of you are chemists, put the knowledge of chemistry in it. Put knowledge of physics into it. It's very easy because if they understand, knowledge seekers will go in it and understand it. If you look, I get a lot of feedback in different shape or form from the two heads of the Keshe Foundation. One is chemical engineer and one is electrical engineer with 20 years of experience in the electrical field in China. The two ladies heading the foundation are highly experienced in science and technology and market. They're not just there, taking the position. Ella is a chemical engineer by profession and marketing. She knows, she's been there 10, 15 years with the work. You have Wang Lin, 20 years of at the highest level in electronics in Chinese market, heading a company. And when we share knowledge about the cancers or magravs or whatever, they add into it little things which they know they participate. It's the same with a lot of other people. If you look at the list of the Keshe Foundation people around, they're all doctors, engineers, and specialists. We don't have what do you call it? People who don't have interest in the science and working with it. It is, it's adding a knowledge and see what part of your knowledge, your education, your background can add into it.
So this chap rolling around the cup here, he never gets tired, doesn't run out of energy,
No.
doesn't take a break,
Nope.
doesn't get paid.
Nope. It's like me. It sounds like me, doesn't it?
Yes,
I'm
exactly.
the only one in the Keshe Foundation doesn't get paid. Everybody has a wage except me. You know that. I'm the only worker in the Keshe Foundation who does not get paid. I don't have wages. I don't receive a salary, and sometimes that's why I push and joke with Rick. I'm the only member of the Keshe Foundation who has no salary.
Well, you're always promised more by everyone.
Yeah,
So
but I really
your
still
day will
receive
come.
much. I don't receive much. Any other question?
Julie in the chat, I just lost it there. Is it all right if we have workshops online to show how to build a cup of life with people we know?
Yes, as long as you don't make claims of curing cancer and whatever, yes. That's our responsibility. That's our obligation. That's why we came to Keshe Foundation, to teach, to spread the knowledge that somebody can use it. We saw with the gentleman last 2 weeks ago using cup of one that he thinks or he believes that he helped with the birth of his child, that they could sustain it without abortion. What do we expect from these? What do we aim for? What do we target for counts? What do we establish?
Technology in exchange for peace?
Peace of mind, peace of life, peace between nations. This afternoon, we were negotiating one of the world leading governments. And I said, I wrote to them, one thing I want has to be in the contract, that my technology will not be used for any weapon, but can be used for defense. It's two different things. And they could not understand it. How you want to sign the contract in defense with us, but we can't use it as a weapon. I said, it's very easy. You create a condition that your enemy never thinks of being enemy, so you don't need to use it.
But who enforces the contract? Do you leave it up to themselves to enforce their own contract?
Yep, of course. I don't spend time on it. We are given a multi-billion gifts by Chinese government, not in million, billion. And it's for them to deliver it. We don't go to them and says, you announce it internationally, publicly, that we're receiving so many hundreds of millions here, 100 million there. Oh, you're allocated 20 research centers into a space running trillions as a gift. So I said, where is it? We signed the contract, but where is it? Can we start? You have to wait. So what do? You wait, the government. They give it to you, they go public with it, and then you have to wait till somebody is happy to release it to do it. And in all our contracts with governments, they carry the golden key. They decide what can be done, what cannot be done. Recent contracts with the governments all have a golden key in the favor of the government.
But aren't they using the technology as a way to ensure that they exist as being relative instead of being
At the
irrelevant?
moment is a superiority. Who is going to be more than? As we saw, the killing of the Iranian nuclear physicist was well planned because it was strategically done that in the Biden negotiation coming to operation, they have an upper hand. Iran doesn't have a leader in the nuclear side, especially in this gentleman who they killed is a specialist in my technology in Iran. He's a plasma physicist. His expertise is part of the work of the Keshe Foundation in the plasma physics. But we don't see why they see killing as a way out.
While you can continue to discuss, I do have Rick's video that Alex sent me now on the rotating magnets, using the magnets on the CD disc. And we'll see what Rick worked on. Perhaps it's a 9-minute clip. You can keep speaking if you'd like.
Yep,
I can put
carry
the
on.
volume down, and we'll see where Rick was, and then what you've released.
So, Mr. Keshe, the scientist wasn't able to use the technology to protect himself in this instance?
Vehicle was parked on the side road and exploded. And then 12 gunmen appeared shooting at the bulletproof car. And this was totally different ballgame. It's the first time we see 12 armed people shooting at our target. What's happened with the video?
Do you see it?
Yeah.
Yes, without sound.
Without sound, right. I was going to let you just talk over, and we can see Rick has done this. Today was the first day Alex just sent this to me. I haven't seen this before, but this might have been from years ago. There's his CD with the magnets on it, and he's spinning it with the pressure of the water on the sink faucet, as I understand.
Tesla pump, turbine.
Now, here it is in the matter state, or something similar to what you've shown us, Mr. Keshe, in the ball in the cup.
Yeah, but we don't have magnets. We don't use these kind of things. This technology originally was shown in 1972-73.
There is a similarity to it, although this is totally matter state.
This is a matter state. This we know. This is what we call totally matter state with matter state. We have moved into the space of energies and fields. What do you call it? The magnet is locked into the magnet below, and the speed that magnet rotates, this will rotate. The speed, you see, it changes and then it loses it.
Then it starts reversing direction a little farther into the video for some reason.
Yeah, but the thing is, when the speed over, the magnets will go in reverse. This we see all the time. The phenomena is understood fully.
It would be a counter-synchronous effect, wouldn't it?
Last week I mentioned to you about the fields of two magnets were able to work beyond. Remember when we talked about the magnet on one side of the wall and the other one, where it's not the fields are not bound to the matter state, and in a way we can talk about that here because you have the matter state right in front of you. You have magnetic fields of magnets, and you have matter state plastics and other that are in between. The lesson that we want to look in the subatomically is at what that the fields are not bound by the matter. It goes between, not between the matter, but it's that it doesn't, or can you say that it goes between the, it's at such a, not a, I don't like to use the word size because that falls within the matter state, but that the field influence or the field's interaction can affect something that is with finding an equilibrium or a balance where you've talked about how the giving and the, how do the magnets find the equilibrium in a way to try to help us understand this if we're using things that we play with and we look at every day?
What do you mean?
The magnets find an equilibrium, a positioning. You've talked about that many times. And we see the magnets, but yet we fail to see the fields of the magnets and how they interact. And that's what I was, so in this demonstration, the fields are affecting the magnets, and we're trying to play around with them to try to visualize or imagine how the fields interact. And that's why, like I said, we keep going back. We're trying to work backwards, not, our backwards is your forwards. And that's what I was just trying, how to give people more of a way to try to visualize the fields. Because you always talk about how we see the fields and how magnets can kind of help us in a way. Like if you can do things that with magnets that can't be done, like that's kind of like what they're playing with, is that once you break the laws, man's laws of magnetism, you begin to see the fields and how they can be. Perhaps that's what Tesla did, or what Professor Constantine did, is that they used a different understanding on the fields. Is that helpful, or am I going off in the wrong direction?
I don't know which direction you're trying to go.
Backwards?
I lost my eyes on the ball. The ball is moving too many places, as you say.
How can you quantify a field when there's no quantity of it?
You got to work on one principle, that there is nowhere in the universe which is void of fields. It's your responsibility to understand the strength of a field at a given point. You can build systems to detect it, to measure it. You can use your own body as a detector. You can use the structure of the field of your own body. You can do many things. But as we know, there is nowhere in the universe which is void of fields. So at any point, you have possibility of inertia, magnetic gravitational field, tangibility, and even emotion. So whatever rhetoric you use, at the end of it, that's the bottom line. You can't go any lower than that. Life exists in every dimension, in every corner of this universe. It's for us to define life or existence in that point. Is it water and fish? Is it the air and a bird? Is it land and a mammal? Is it dimensions we see above on the upper atmosphere? Moving objects with the visibility? What is our concept? What is our understanding of our own existence? Where do we go with this? What do we expect? What do we want to see? In the lab, I set a system. I said, I want to see light. I set a system. I want to see motion. I set a system. I want to see motion from light. All is pre-decided what I want to see, and I create the environment for it. I don't go and build a thing. There's a difference between a world of the man's life and world of the science of universe. You go to make things. I go to create conditions for things to manifest themselves according to the environment. It's a huge difference. It's a different understanding. It's a different concept.
Well, that's why I said what we have in front of you was created with an intention, and that's why I was just wondering if that person will ever, because they had to have gained something from your knowledge that allowed them to intend to create this condition, not just build it.
In a way, you're right, but on the other hand, we set out to make, I think, 20 balls. With different understanding, with different expectation, build new materials, lighter than the air, build materials which sink to the bottom. We have a system where, for example, the system stands still in the same position and pops up and down very, very gently as a heartbeat. We have a system which goes and sits at the bottom and rotates like crazy. We have a system that you don't even feel it by the look of it. It should weigh kilos, so you don't even feel it in your hand. We work with the scales on the table. We see how our scale moves up and down. Are we gaining gravity or losing weight? It's the easiest way to do. Electronic scale, and you work, and you see, you start with 1 kilo, you have 500 grams in a few seconds. So you're going what? You're taking off. Change the environment, gets worse. We need to change our concept of matter state to field state, energy, motion of fields. And this is what I've been saying for months and months, and people don't understand. So you're still in the Maghreb games and Gans game. Ganses were made to create conditions. Ganses were not made to be used as objects.
But haven't we really been just focused on making ourselves more comfortable in a way? You know, lighter materials, you know, get rid of
We
teeth.
we don't want to think. We just want to be like the status quo, as we say. Till Mr. Keshe shows something else.
Yeah.
And then for next 5 years, we go with this.
Well, that was my. What is your if your intention is to show the fish tank? What's your intention behind creating the life? What is that? What do you want us to see? I know. I kind of understand what.
To appreciate my knowledge and my beauty of knowledge. To appreciate that any man can reach that level of understanding. And that's it. I don't charge students to stand next to me to learn. We did at the beginning. They came to kill us. The first knowledge seekers for 1 year tuition, they paid 20,000, but they took a life. Thanks to Belgians again. The what you did puts stop on our work. You try to kill a teacher, teacher doesn't teach. You, in a way, the misconduct of some, the rest pay for it. We brought students who were devoted to work. What did the Belgians do? Went to bed with them.
Can you possibly bring back this soul that was just taken from Iran?
He's a free man. It's, I'll read you something. Let me get hang of it. I'll read you something this afternoon with the world governments. They can buy, this is from a government, one of the world leading governments. They can buy a human body and integrate the soul into it. And then people can have infinite life. This is what one of the leading nations with the leading scientists are asking the Keshe Foundation to do. They can buy a human body. And they want us to input into it at the stage of advance of the science I carry to gain it life. And the answer was, as you can imagine, yes. You want to see little things, the government with us want to see big magics. And they keep on saying, we can give you billions. I said, I can make trillions in 1 second. They don't, our world leaders have not realized, as Mrs. Thatcher said, this woman is not for turning, this man cannot be bought.
promise you, if we carry on with this knowledge, they will bring the head of Lenin, and they tell us the brain is there, everything is in there, we kept it, can you bring it back to life? And how many of you think that's possible? It's easier to bring to life empty skull than the head of Lenin with a brain inside it.
I
You know,
remember.
Pardon?
Sorry for interrupting.
No, give me a skull of a dinosaur, I'll create a dinosaur for you.
But don't we have enough little Lenins already running around that we don't need anymore?
Do we have enough Einsteins? There's never enough of anything, is there?
How about we bring back Jesus just for the sake of it?
He promised. You got to remember, if we bring Jesus, many of you did deny it. Whatever I create, you will deny. Because then you have to understand one thing, that this guy can do everything.
But we've already created in our GANs box. Why can't we? I mean, a lot of people should just spend the time to analyze that creation. Why do you have to create? Why do you have to go for the big deals? Can't you be satisfied?
The big deal hasn't come yet. You haven't even seen it yet. You wait till people ask you, can you create God? Then the big deal comes in. Creating this and that and Jesus and the dog and the cat is at the moment is the size of the mentality, understanding. You wait as we start showing things that's nothing, and then it goes to nothing, always said. It's very hard to please mankind because mankind himself doesn't know what he wants. When you don't know what you want, you can jump from one thing to another.
A better future for all. That is what we want.
Is there a future for all?
Well, the way that some people are trying to stack the cards, no. And this is why I think the foundation needs to stand strongly.
I looked after the fort for years. Now it's in your hand. It's in the hand of the knowledge seekers.
Well, I don't think I can do too much in my situation.
They say many drops makes ocean, and oceans make big waves from those little drops.
The strength of change is not the weaker veriga, or how to say, the element.
We have to become strong in believing and understanding what we do. We don't have trust in our own things, our own dimensions. So the rest of it comes from that lack of trust. If we trusted in what we do, we reach a lot. People who work in the lab with me, They know I just walk and I said this, if you do this, is there, and most of the time ends up exactly what it's supposed to do. We need to have belief in what we do. And we got to learn to work through the soul. If you can, call on the soul of a stone, the stone will dance for you. But do we have that understanding? You heard about the movie called Horse Whisperer? You can whisper anything to a dance.
Did you say to a Gans?
Pardon?
Did you say you could whisper anything to a Gans?
To anything.
I think he said dance, not Gans.
To dance.
Okay.
But try as knowledge seekers to move away from matter state. You'll achieve a lot. And you have all the tools of it to do so. But if you stay in the realm of what I call matter state, you have all the challenges of existence.
So if you created the entity within, that's not a matter state. That's a GAN state of entity, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you've always said that, living beings are we are in the GAN state, not the matter state per se.
Yeah.
And so if you create that life, how can you communicate with it to give it what it needs? I mean, it probably has everything that it needs.
I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna give you something, a big dilemma for all of you. But if you understand the dilemma, and then most probably answers a lot of your questions and what you're trying to raise. Have you ever stood still? Have you ever tried to comprehend, tried to understand, tried to reason? When you want to make a sentence or you want to speak about something, where does the presetting of a sentence come from? Who does it? What lead us to come up with this word after word after word and carry on with the sentence? Where is the script for it? Where does this initiate from? We call it a speech. If they put something in front of us, we read it. But when we speak, where is the notion of the word, the emotion comes from, that we can speak it? Have you ever stood still to understand this? This is was one of the biggest puzzles for me for years. Where do we get this initiation that I want to speak this word? I want to explain this. And where do the words come to make the sentence? Where is the emotion for it to make that sentence? Then you come to one point or understand one point, and then you understand that you actually don't come up with anything. It's preset, but who presets it?
The sentence is already set and you know what you're going to talk about, but how did you know what you thinking about can change the word? How do we do it? Where is the initial ignition? Where is the initial force to make that sentence and logic? Now, answer that question. Then, if you can, then you understand where the soul of the man comes, where is the interaction of the soul of the man and the physicality of the man and the soul of physicality comes. How does the soul of physicality transfers it into words, actions, emotions of whatever motion of the body could be, to a tear, to a laughter, to a shake. It's like sitting between two lovers. One touches you on one side, you feel the taste of love, the beauty of what you can imagine. And the other one touches you and you don't want to because you're so devoted to the other one. If you put ice, it's a feeling, but put the emotion. You put two loves on either side of you, one your child and one your wife or your husband. And try to understand how your body interacts and how emotion translates to word, talks and motions and touch. You caress your daughter because she's so beautiful, she's part of you. You had an angry session with your wife on the other side, you push her aside. You don't want to. But they're both love within you. But where does this initial stage emotion comes that we can convert it into action with so much difference? Where does it ignite? Where does it sit? And how do we want the others to understand it, what it means, or we want to hide it? When I was young, my parents were very close in so many ways, and we didn't understand English. And when there was something they said, it was blah, 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 blah. And we always wondered, what does it mean? Do not touch the children around. Or don't do that children around. All my father was doing was caressing my mom. But my mom had to put that the children don't see while we were there. And what was spoken? One is the emotion, one trying to hide the emotion. Where do we get these things from? Where is the essence of the emotion? Where does the first magnetic field creates that we say this is the emotion and this is the word which has to come? Who puts the sentence together? How the sentence is put in our lives together that we speak it. We show emotion with it. If you understand that, then you understand how to communicate with the soul. Be the soul of physicality, be the soul of the man. It's understanding the beginning of the creation and how the rest come to it. Does it come as a word of voice of anger, or does it come as a voice of love? Does it come as a voice of expression of emotion? What decides how we change our tone? What decides our emotion? Where is the beginning of it? Essentially, this is, if you can understand, where is the beginning of the sentence I want to make, the word I want to speak, the emotion I want to show, where is it initiated? who's the trigger point, who is and where is put into sentence, what noises has to be with what emotion and with what touch has to come out. The same hand that aggresses, the same hand can hit. But the essential thing is where and how the initial feels and setting of it changes into words and emotion and action. Then, if you understand that, you reach to the point of what I call maturity and understanding of creation and interacting with the fields of the universe. You don't interact with the voice anymore. You interact with the essence of the emotion, the source which created the first things. This is what in the universe we'll see, the fields of the souls. Then we translate in interaction what it means to us. I used to hear a very stupid thing from Dr. Elia Kostova, and I've mentioned to her many times and carried on with another woman, that Earth is a good investment capital, is a source of resources they come to steal and take from us. But I always laughed. I said, you're so ignorant in the knowledge of creation. Because if you look at the enhancement unit, we can make whatever we need. Comes out of lack of knowledge of understanding the world of creation. Even it doesn't matter how you're educated. They come here to take souls. If we can make everything creation of souls for us, is it that hard? But what brings you to create something? You have to move away from matter state. And when you do, then gradually you start working with the real dimensions and the world of reality of the universe. As you said, the two magnets on each side of the wall. What about the two patches? You're playing with the fields, but you don't want to understand it. Extend that patch to another dimension. Understand inertia, understand matter state.
And I do, Mr. Keshe, but I guess what I was trying to say is that if you create a condition like your fish tank, you create the ability to provide an environment for the soul. What occurred that allowed the entity to manifest? What did you provide? I mean, perhaps you gave it the love or an emotion, but for it to manifest its own confirmation, what could you say about that we've given to that? Was it our intention to confirm, or was it something that
No,
entity?
was it there to receive? If he doesn't accept, doesn't matter what I give. Have I understood the need of it that I can give at the strength it needs? It's no use if you want cheese, I'll give you butter, does it?
So once you have that confirmation and it manifests and it confirms itself and it's there, how do you communicate with it, or
You
how do
don't need
you?
to communicate. It takes what it needs. It tells you, thank you. You understand, I'm full. because I don't take anymore, because you feel there is no motion in the structure.
Do you just leave it be, or do you try to work with it? That's, I guess, my question. What do you do once?
Do you have the permission to work with it? Or do you set up for it to exist to work with it? There are very fine lines in this world of creation. Extremely fine line.
Well, that's what I fear is messing with the condition so that just for my curiosity, I might do harm to it. That's the point. I mean, how can I learn from it more than what I've already learned to take me to the next level, or to, what can I learn from it that without disturbing its perfection as it sits? I mean, just having something manifest and surviving is enough to see something, but I don't know what I'm trying to say now. How can I focus that connection between the soul and my emotion to interact with another entity that has a soul and emotion? Where you at one time you showed us, well, if in the universe when we meet, we have these, we can use hand signals, but if they're not in the matter state and we're not in the matter state, well, we try, that's that whole, I'm confused about that part. The communication.
You send what to you is like a field, and you see what that field responds back. What color does it create? What wave does it create with what it receives? What you receive back from that wave and interaction as emotion within your soul. That's the way it works. Because what you interact with loads up with it what you receive. Don't forget, once you send something, you already have the tail of it in your hand. It's an elastic band with one tail in your hand. What the other end vibrates, shakes, is what you feel, and you see this is what it is. It's like you hold the bungee, what do you call it, line on your hand and let it go. At the end, is someone shaking it soft, somebody's giving you a shake of love, or somebody shaking rapidly. Then you decide what it means. If you shake rapidly, it means move it, there's something wrong. Is it gently, it means come to me. That's what you do with the field. You send the field out, and then you see what and how it shakes it. Because you always have the other end. In the teaching, I always said, if you can see a star, it's already created line between you and it. We only see stars and galaxies to our line of vision according to the strength of our amino acid and no more. If mankind had a different kind of amino acid, we would have seen a different universe. We would have seen 90% of what we see in the sky today. If you go to the level of soul and understand the work of the level of souls in full spectrum, universe is a solid wall. And you're in the center of it. Because the full spectrum of the fields create their own matter state in that strength, in their own strength. When man opens his eyes to the reality of the field strength of the universe, the skies don't look like what you see. You will see ghosts walking right in front of your nose. You never knew they're there. You walk through them, they walk through you, and you never knew. Like fancy rays which are trying to detect in different shape or forms crossing the planet.
So, Mr. Keshe,
oh, go ahead.
Would I be correct in saying that every field strength has its own level of physicality manifestation of a different strength?
Yes, of course.
So for us to interact, well, okay, so for the box that you make, you have to create the field strength that is of that particular entity field strength for it to manifest.
What do you mean?
I'm just trying to, I've been thinking this for several minutes now of every field strength has its own level of manifestation and physicality. So for us to be able to interact with another level, we have to somehow be able to match that field strength level. Then we see it, then we can interact with it.
Depends what you would like to operate in, what the strength to see what. Mankind, with the understanding of the work of the Ganses in a way as a, what do you call it, sandbox, will learn a lot about the world of creation and what it needs to be.
So with regard to an entity or life that comes to this planet, it's not remarkable that something is like a flower in the darkness or is like a shell in the light, because it's not about it's about the fields and the field strengths, where an entity could be is black because it's like it takes everything it needs, whether it's in the sunlight or the darkness, and that, but it can survive in either or. And it confirms that it doesn't really need the food, the oxygen, or the things that we rely on. That it's the proof that it doesn't need the matter state to survive.
It depends what you're looking at, what you're talking about, and what you expect to see. We pre-estimate a lot of things, we prejudge a lot of things, but where and how we do things, what we expect to get from what we do. Mankind has to learn to, in reality, has to teach himself that from now on he's able to live in two dimensions, one dimension of the soul, one dimension of physicality. This becomes like you've seen people on the street. If somebody was walking on the street 10 years ago and talking, we would have said he's crazy, he's a schizo. Now you walk down the street, everybody is doing the same, talking to themselves. But they have a headphone in their ear and they're talking through the little white elephant ear, I call it. What's the reality? What has changed? What's the perception of the talking? Is it the madness or the development of technology understanding more to use?
This happened to me, Mr. Cash, here in Sweden. When I came, I saw someone speaking to himself. I said, what a crazy man. And then he came across to me, and then I saw some headphone in his head, and he was talking.
That's what it is. This is how we have to evolve. Now we have to listen to that craziness. You know, olden days, we change our habits according to what it is. I better stop talking. Alex needs to do his show. Sorry,
Hello?
Alex. Yes?
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
Everybody, good evening. This is Jefferson Rodriguez from Brazil. And I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Keshe. When I hear you speaking and everybody trying to help, and I would like to, not a testimony, but I'd like to say, when I was talking about donation, it's a free donation in the different meaning. You see, after I started to make the cups on January, as soon as you released your video, I have had so many good things happen in my life, not by myself, but the whole community where I live. The people are much better since I started to teach them how to make the cups. My mother, she's 89 years old, and she had chronic pains for 20 years in the shoulder, in the legs, in the back, in the ribs, the legs, and the head. She learned how to make. She doesn't not live with me, not close to me. She lives in another city. And I taught to her to make the cups by phone. She did that. And for over 6 months, she doesn't have any pain anywhere. Using the water, drinking a little bit, some pads, some pain pen that have made to her, put something in the food, whatever. She hasn't had pain for over 4 months now. And the cost of these medicines that I used to take to relieve the pain, I used to pay for it. So everything, I said, I was giving to keep the pain of my mother. She has no pain. That's why when I can, I just make a saving, all of this money, everything from the food that is better for me. I'm not spending so much. It's so good restaurants, the best restaurants, the best cars. I don't want anything of this anymore. No, and the effort is to help financially as a volunteer, as I am. I give water every week here to save people, and I've been saving all of them. None of them died here for anything. In fact, around me, nobody's sick anyway. And I know because the technology, they know too. When I said that I increased the giving, because we only take from you. You are here all this evening long, giving, knowledge. So I don't know how to say how I am thankful for you and the whole friends here, the community. You can feel everybody, when everybody's in silence, we talk to each other. I think that should stay around 10 minutes sometimes without saying one word and just listen to our thought to say maybe we can get this connection. It depends. So I think in the level that we are within this technology, I can feel. I didn't even know, but that's what I was saying. That I will give the best that I can as a supporter, even not being a Keshe Foundation supporter, Universal Council. I don't care about this because I am a supporter. I support you. I support the things, not only financially, because I don't have so much. If I had, and that I understood, since I started to donate to foundation, many things in my life changed. Many things that I had from the past, that things from money that was with problem, they started to solve in a good way. No. So that's, I wish that you can make this big wave, because you know that we live in a capitalism world. Even though we are elevated to solve them, but you must have this, I think. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. We are with you.
Thank you
And
very
with
much.
everybody here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you
Merci.
very much. The process of teaching has to come within the heart of the man. There are many knowledge seekers who just learn something and they think they cannot teach and they don't want to teach. And we have knowledge seekers, we taught a lot and they took and ran and they thought they can do some things with it for themselves. But at the end of it, if what we do helps and serves humanity, that's all it counts.
Yes, understood, Mr. Keshe. You're wise.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jefferson. Mr. Keshe, the Brazilian community has really put a shoulder to the load, and they've done it in a magnificent way. You're probably aware of what's going on, but maybe not everybody here is aware. So I've been trying to put some basic classes together to try and bridge the $356 Seekers workshops somehow for all the newcomers. I still believe that Iran and Brazil have the greatest number of newcomers to the technology every week. And it's very difficult for them to swallow. It's like having 20 meals in one sitting. It's too much. So I try to parcel it off into some basic teaching. But right now what's happened is there's a momentum happening in Brazil where there's a strong group who's dedicated to learn in such a way that they can teach, because the numbers are overwhelming. And they want to do this very, very badly. So what's been going on in the background has been another meeting where these people have been getting special training so that they can pick up where I leave off. Because tomorrow's going to be the 8th of the 9, and then next Monday is going to be the 9th of the 9. And that's a condensed package of very basic teaching so that people have an ability to use the terminology and have some kind of concept, because it's kind of intimidating for say a mother who's a homemaker or someone who is a tradesman who's all their life have been working in matter state, and this is a shock. It's a shock to the system, and they can't explain it. They don't have the words to explain it. So I think we've been very successful in bridging that, and it showed, because every week we have stability. They come every week. They come with deep, deep questions that they didn't just think of on the spur of the moment, but questions that they have been pondering from week to week, and we're building on it. And you know, you've heard some of the seminars that I've given, and I ask. It's easy to be a follower, but who do the leaders follow? And I think that's what you were asking today. And this is the question we always keep coming up with. And the thing is, you don't have to answer that question. You just have to step forward and be a teacher, like Jefferson's testimonial here. Is the contributions that he's made. He's mentioned a few of them, but his contributions are amazing. And I don't want to embarrass him, but the point is that he's doing it his way, and it's a successful way. And we're hoping that this is going to be a template pattern that we can spread around the world to the other countries, because the feedback that I'm getting, and I had the privilege of doing the presentation in Iran, and the feedback was pretty clear that this is something that is not being done, or there's a void where we can't get this bridge to just at least have a discussion about the subject, so that we can move forward. But I've made arrangements to get this well organized, and with the inspiration and the prodding and the pushing that the Brazilian community has done, they're pretty hard on me, which is okay. It just shows that there's a lot of intensity. I want to bring up a subject, if I may, and that has to do with a major development this week. The biggest development, of course, is what you showed on Thursday. And I really thank you for doing that, because I've waited a long time to see that. And I'm sure a lot of people don't know what you showed, but I think in a sentence, like there's motion without an engine, isn't it? I wonder if there's an application. But one of the big things that happened this week was on Wednesday. I don't think there's a country in the world that wasn't affected. It's just ironic that last week I talked about two universal languages, which was music and soccer. And the interesting thing, of course, is that when Diego Maradona would score, or when Pele would score, you could hear the music, and you could see the dancing, and you could see the spirit. You could see the spirit. And for a moment, in that moment, except for the team that got the goal, everybody else was very happy. And it depicts the human tragedy between, I think the whole world has been crying.
Thank you, Alex, for your transparency and for your thoughts. Thank you very much for what you are doing for everybody. Thank you from my heart.
Thank you. I've only cried like this for a few people. Obviously, my parents. It's one other person.
The beauty of give of Mr. Keshe, we have the possibility to recognize the connection with everybody else, with our cares, with our lovers. It's not important in what physical or dimension we are connected all together. And for this reason, I thank you for this open door.
Everybody wished that they could be Diego Maradona if they were involved with, even if they weren't involved with sports. But you know, when he played with such emotion, and everyone gave him the love because he gave everyone the joy. And neither of those could be measured. And that's all plasma. And unfortunately, he made some mistakes in his life, which if he could understand and if he had a different environment that could teach him, where he could forgive himself and understand that as much as he was a player with the ball on the field, that he was also being played. And, you know, in that way, he made a supreme sacrifice. And probably one of the things that killed him and one of the things that probably caused him to go into drug addiction and alcoholism is because of his impression that he sold his soul to the devil. And that's not true. That's not true. He gave all. And if he knew somehow that life is eternal and the universe is bountiful, maybe he wouldn't have been so hard on himself over here, because this is a man that I don't think there's a politician on this planet that can have the adoration that this man carried. And you wonder why. It's because the truthfulness, the honesty. And I keep saying, you know, that you cannot lie in outer space. And that's true. You can't. You can only do this in this kind of environment. And when you look at all the people in the background and you look at how everyone is coming together here today, we will call that the good old days, when at least we had some sensibilities on this planet. This is something to aspire to. No one was really unhappy. They sang, they danced, they shouted, they congregated, and they cried rivers of tears. I watched him in 1986 at the World Cup. And I was in an English pub. The worst place to be. You would have to be over 40 years old to know what I'm talking about. But you can see in the highlights, the hand of God. The hand of God. The hand of God was over my mouth. I didn't want to get beat up, but he came back with the goal of the century. And really, you know what? The whole world was happy for it. And frankly, even the opposing team, all the players on that field at that time, they probably felt an intense bitterness. But what they have to understand is that when they look back in history, they understand that they were there. They were there at a very important time because it was one of the happiest times on this planet. And that was 34 years ago. Thank you for listening to this. I don't mean to babble on, but the good times will be coming back again because you know what? Thursday was a historic day, and probably billions of people around the world didn't know. But they will remember, and all of the knowledge seekers here will remember where they were on Thursday. And for that, I thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you very much. Thank you. Over to you, Mark.
And I agree. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for being present today and sharing more of your knowledge with us. Unless someone else has something else to say, I see Francine has joined us. I haven't seen her before. Now she may be a knowledge seeker from many years ago or just somebody recent. Francine, would you tell us where you're from? I see you have a name, Francine Van Moelen Van Heel. Are you from Austria, perhaps? She may not be able to hear me. I've been wanting, oh, here she is. Hello, dear.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, I think the connection is weak. Try again, please.
I'm in the Netherlands. I'm from Heel.
From the Netherlands, thank you. So you're probably very close to Marie. She's also from the Netherlands. I wanted to close today with a question that Mr. Keshe was asked in the 351st Knowledge Seekers Workshop on CERN. And again, you wonder, how does he come up with all these things that we just happen to overlook? So it's probably about a 20 or 30 minute segment here. I'm not exactly sure, but you're free to leave, as you well know, or you can stay and listen to this question because I thought it was very touching the way Mr. Keshe answered the knowledge seeker who asked the question. And at the end of that, I will close the meeting. So if anyone would like to open their mic now and ask anything or bring something up that we might have overlooked. We don't want to exhaust Mr. Keshe too much, and that's not easy to do. He gives everything in every meeting he's in.
Mark, it's Dean here. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes. Hi, it's Dean here from the UK. One thing I would love to say to Alex, thank you, Alex, for that touching moment she's just given us. As an Englishman, yes, I was present, and I'm over 40. So I was very present with the hand of God. But Maradona was, as you say, a very talented soul in the physicality with a ball on a pitch, entertaining many, many souls and bringing them beautiful joy, like many of the souls do that are present here today in the teachings, like Mr. Keshe does. When he's present with us in his beautiful teachings, his knowledge, he entertains us and gives us wonderful moments to cherish and to bring forward to the rest of humanity, and also to all the beings across Unicos. So for me, the hand of God, as we all know, is within each and every one of us. We all have that spark inside us. We all have a soul, and all the souls are present right now, not only in the matter state, but in all dimensions. And so it's, as always, an honor and a pleasure to listen to all of you, to be present with you, and just to feel the expression of the emotion of the beauty of this knowledge and the beauty of your souls. And I'd just like to say thank you to all of you for being present in each and every moment. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
I open my mind just for saying also thank you.
I like to share an experience I had this week with the group concerning GANs. I sent my sister some little vials of GANs. I told her, when you open the package, would you please call me? She did. She was in tears. She could feel the love that I had put into those Ganses for her and her family. So folks, that's what I'd send your family for Christmas if you can't be with them. Send them a little vial of GANs with your love in it. It will make a difference. Thank you. I pass the talking stick.
Thank you, Randy.
One thing to remember is that, I don't know if you can hear me, probably not.
We hear you.
Oh, that a lot of truckers have gone on strike in the United States because of how they've been treated with regard to the election and everything. So if you got to get food and supplies and things like that, you may want to start stocking up, because a lot of truckers are going to be going out of business due to new regulations and things like that. So the trucking industry is really going to take a hit in the next couple of months. I just thought I'd put that out there.
We have the knowledge, the GANs, the plasma water. We have the soul, which means already feeding systems.
Exactly. The cup of man, spraying cup 2 on the feet and the cup 1 on the head, certainly does avert hunger. I've done it 2 or 3 times now, and I'm still playing with it, but it has a serious effect.
What about taking the amino acid of them?
Be careful with the fingers. Not eat all the hand.
Mr. Keshe didn't mention about the amino acids with that one, but he said you could take as much as you want of cup 2 on the feet and as much as you want of cup 1 on the head, and you will create some sort of interaction which provides energy, which alleviates hunger. I was making something and I had done it already, and I said, why are you making this? You're not even hungry. But because I had the supplies in the refrigerator for a couple of days and it needed to be made, I made it anyway. But try the cup of man as a starting point.
It's beautiful how from one sentence or one question is bring out all the beauty.
Ask yourself from where this amino acid is coming.
Universe. Reality, that's where it comes from.
Yes, I know that. I'm saying to the knowledge seekers.
So thank
Jalal,
you.
you are the universe.
A small one.
No, from a small one to a large one, and everything in between. You encompass everything, as we all do. Each and every soul that's present. We become the totality, the one. It's us.
You know, this science, it's just like, you know, the therapist, which wake up someone who's sleeping for thousands of years, and he's trying hard to move everything in him. I visualize that.
Right. We are trying hard to not manifest what we really are, aren't we? I mean, we are trying hard to do it, but at the same time, because of it's been so rusty and so not used for so long of a period, centuries or even longer, except maybe a few, that it does seem that way, at least to me, but we'll arrive. We are arriving.
Marcus, as Mr. Keshe said in the Thursday meeting, is what do you want? What do you want? What do you want to see? What do you want to feel? What is it? You know, what this soul, how would you want to see this soul manifest? And then when you actually start thinking about that, what do you really want? How would you want to see this soul? Is it on an individual level? Do you want to see the beauty of something that gives you pleasure in a physical form? Or would it be something that gives you a feeling of fulfillment on a soul level? So that's a non-dimensional feeling. It wouldn't need a physicality. So what would you want this soul to be? It's a very big question, and it's a very beautiful question.
You mean like blonde hair and blue eyes?
Yeah, exactly.
But Mr. Keshe said, why not a soul that represents everything? The lion, the chicken, the bird, the man, the stone, the planet, the sun, the universe, the galaxy, the unicos. Then we're
so
all,
what is that, Mark? Is that nothingness?
To it. Go ahead, Dean.
So what is that, Mark? Is that transparent nothingness? What did you just describe?
The collective of all the souls is the soul of the creator, as I understand it.
Yeah. Yeah. I made man in the image of myself.
Would anyone like to add? Mr. Keshe, your mic is open.
No, I'm just listening. It's nice to hear the conversation. And it's nice how some new knowledge seekers are so much enlightened.
They're just reflecting some of your knowledge.
Hello. It's Barbara. It's been a very emotional meeting. Listen to all you guys. I can feel everybody. I feel a lot of emotions. And for myself, when I started to connect is when I had to let go of my expectations of things and just give unconditionally. And when my, I guess would be my body, soul, my heart connected with my soul, that's when things started to change. I just go with things. And as part of that, what has happened is that I've had to let go of things. So I just had a vision while through this. It's like, we're almost like in an emergency ascent. I don't know if anybody's done any scuba diving, but if you've done any scuba diving and you had to like do an emergency ascent, you had to drop all your weight and you had to just go up and you had to blow out all the air in your lungs so you don't blow out. This is how I feel right now. is that we have to let go of things that no longer serve us. There's anger, there's frustrations, there's materialistic things. We need to focus on what is really important. And this is all part of us all coming together as a collective, as a human race, for the greater of all. Because if we don't, we're not going to make it. And we need to get serious. You know, a lot of people are just kind of playing around and we're not getting serious. I'm on holidays, and this whole time I've spent in prayer, and it was just something that has come to me. Prayer, meditate, whatever it is. There's a lot of people that don't want to be here because they're scared and they're frightened. And I'm just so blessed to be with all of you guys, because obviously we're meant to be together. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for sharing.
Well, that's why I'd asked the question, is there's anyone that's in crisis at this point with regard to anything?
But I would like to thank you for this such a solid effort every Sunday night or Sunday afternoon. It brings many things into forth, and especially Alex, with all the work you're doing in the background with the Brazilians and the rest. It'll be interesting if many of you, as you teach, try to teach that the knowledge seekers move from material or matter state and ganses into the dimension of the fields. It makes my teaching and understanding of what is to come much, much easier for everyone. Especially those of you who teach or show things or train. Try to move the, what I call, in the direction of using energy fields and how things will progress with use of fields. And it's something about 2 years, I keep on bringing it in. And it is the reality of time and space, and the reality of understanding how fields move, how they interact. And those of you who teach, if you can, teach them to move. Only teachers, especially many of you are so advanced in understanding, to move in your teaching towards the fields, interaction of the fields, towards understanding the motions. That life is a combination of interaction of the fields. Doesn't matter if it's a body, if it is stars, if it's galaxies. And this is the only way through teaching, especially advanced teachers like movement of this to the new knowledge seekers, that they jump into the fields and understand them, putting them through ganses and nano coating from the beginning, get them to understand we are making these to reach to the fields, that with fields we can make things. We go from the matter to energy or fields, that what the fields do, if we can get the matters back, If you carry on and encourage this, it makes the teaching of the next 4 months very easy for me. And very easy for them to be able to understand and join the new understanding.
Mr. Keshe,
Yes.
what is the fundamentals for observing fields? I mean, so how could I tell? I struggle.
What is the noise? What noise do you hear? That's a field. What you see, that's a field. What you have is a field. What you talk is a field. What you hold in your hand is a field. And how it interacts, how they interact. This is what we try to explain, to move the knowledge seekers into dimension of the fields. When you speak about magrabs, move them into the fields of the magrabs. Show them how the fields around the magrab works, not what comes out of the magrab. It's called magrab, magnetic gravitational. It's not called a power source that you get electricity out of it. This is what we're trying to explain. Then you see what you do with the fields which come out of it, what you can change it to energy, to food, to whatever. It's called the magrab system. It's a source.
So I can consider myself a field hand or a field worker, or as Barbara refers to herself as an energy worker. Is that the fields you're alluding to?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, out of the matter state, just working in the non-tangible, non-dimensional thoughts and ideas of within the being. And that would be out of the matter state.
Yeah.
We have someone with their hand up here, Rhino. I know he was here last week and there was some issue, but I think that's been straightened out. He's with the Italian knowledge seekers, if I understand, but he has his hand up. Would you take a question from him, Mr. Keshe?
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
I'm teaching in Italian in the Italian group, and I'm moving towards showing the field of the plasma by making some tests for all the listening, for all the people listening to the teaching. And they understood through this kind of test, they see how the fields work around the cup, and they are become more how do you say in English? They understood how the field works, and we try to move faster towards the dynamic core by using just the fields. And my intention is to connect all the students, all the people I teaching, and through one single reactor, and we share the feel of this reactor, and try to make something collective by working through the field, through the fields, and more so, I encouraged these people to start making dynamic reactor with the ping pong ball, just using just the fields, and things moving very fast. And by making the first experiment, this experiment consists is a simple test. Take one small jar with salt in it, and you put this little jar between two cups. It could be the first cup or the second cup, whatever it is. And after 1 week, the student starts see GANs forming inside the cup. So by doing this, they become aware of the fields, and slowly by slowly, but not too much slowly, they understood the fields. But because we are working essentially with the fields, and I'll let you know very soon how things go.
Yeah.
And I got a question. I would like, if I can. There is a past teaching at the 262, I remember. You talk about the Magrav unit, and you talk about carbon 40, and how to squeezing carbon 14 by using Magrav pressure. You talk about 45, no, 64, 60, and 70. You mentioned this number. I think you mentioned as a Magrav pressure for squeezing carbon 40 in the middle stacker. This is what I understood, but I'm not very sure. So my question is, by using this kind of Magrav, we squeeze in carbon 40 in the middle stacker. Is it that way?
What do you mean?
I mean, carbon 12 is when we have electricity. When carbon 40 lose energy, lose power, and become electricity. And we want squeezing carbon 40 through the matter state of the copper. And you mentioned three kind of magnetic fields, Magrav fields, for squeezing carbon 40. And we look for electricity, and for have electricity, we have to squeeze carbon 40. You says we nano layer create by themselves carbon 40 Magrav. Now we need squeeze this Magrav, these Magrav fields inside the copper for achieve electricity. I mean this. I'm not very good in English. Sorry, Mr. Keshe.
You should not look in that kind of direction. You should look into the motion of the fields, and then you can do what you like.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. The motion of the fields, you mean I don't understood what you mean by the motion of the fields. Could you expand a little bit on it?
The magraphs create fields.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Reno, you said you make a ganses when you put a cup between two ganses, yes?
I said I use just salt water
Yeah.
between the two cup, whatever it is, cup number 1, cup number 2.
Whatever. So
Yeah.
what you have in the middle?
You start creating gas.
So what's that mean?
You can see the law of the plasma says each time a fields lose strength, became matter.
When you are creating the first cup or second cup, what you are doing? You are creating a field.
Yeah.
So in this case, now what you are doing? You are creating a field.
I'm slowing the field through the salt water.
Yes. So you want to see the interaction between the two fields in that salt water.
Yeah.
So
Jalal?
Yes.
Maybe give him some information about how the gravitation of the alkalinity of the salt water, how that creates the condition like the earth to where it draws it's like a third position between the two cups where you created the field between the two in that salt water, and then the ability of the salt water, the alkalinity is the gravitational.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that what you're looking for?
He knows
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Okay.
Look, you have the first cup which emits a field outside the cup, and you have the second cup which emit also outside the cup field. So
yeah,
the interaction between these two cups, when you put a salt water, you will create a gas, whatever gas is there. So that means this center point where you created this new gas, there is interaction.
Yeah, show interaction of the fields.
So if you put something there in between, you will get what you want. Depend how much strong is that field. Food, matter, electricity, whatever you want.
But it's also a GANs of a GANs, if you can follow that way, because you haven't
Yeah.
used the matter state plates
Yeah,
within the
exactly.
cup. And so if you want to keep going take the salt out of the equation. Just use distilled water. And then
But-
if you want to go
but
to the
he-
next level, take the water out of the cup.
But Mr. Cash just told you, don't look to the matter state. Everything is a plasma.
Yeah,
Every plasma emits its field.
I done this experiment even without the water. I took you make the cup without any water in it, and put the same little jar with salt between, and you can see the same thing.
So what that mean?
Well, this is a small test for looking the fields.
So you are
You
creating.
can show someone else the presence of the fields. We can talk whatever we like about. Okay, we have the fields, we have this, we have that, but people sometimes need to see something. So by creating this little test, you can show people that there is something in it. There is something. There is some traffic jam between the two cups, and so people can move faster towards understanding the fields.
Okay,
Now we're working.
Okay,
That-
now
my pur-
now
my
now
purpose is
you
that-
show it. Now you show the ganses, yes?
The guns.
In the between.
Yeah.
new cup.
Now they see start creating guns between.
Okay, take this cup away. What you will have?
Okay.
You still have the field there.
Yes, of course.
So from this field, whatever you want.
Yeah, you mean I can take whatever I want from this field?
Of course.
Yes, yeah, I understood that. But I mean, I start talking about this cup because people need. This is my little test.
So let
Because-
me help you out if I can. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
You have people that are skeptical about whether there's a chemical reaction within a cup producing this material. And so to eliminate any thought of a chemical
Exactly.
reaction, you take the materials out of the cup and it still produces. So we call this the zero boost
Yeah.
way of making GANs,
Yeah.
where you can put the plates on the outside of the container, seal the top, and have something manifest within the jar. And you say, here, take it home, you control it, so
Yeah.
nobody's messing with it. Prove to yourself that there's something different than a chemical reaction occurring within this jar. And when they see that,
Yeah.
they cannot but come back to you and say, wow, something that I didn't expect occurred. I think, is that what you're looking for?
Yes, of course. It's this. It's not skeptical that they're not skeptical, but when you see firsthand, you see through your eyes, because you make it something change in your mind.
So let me say this. Maybe you'll experience this. People come to you, right? You teach them and you explain to them where you want to teach them to fish. You don't want to give them a fish. You want to teach them to fish, right? So that they can
Yeah.
find the knowledge themselves. But what you see is that they won't do it because intuitively they know there's something that scares them about this. Okay. And how do you overcome that fear? Is that you do these things with these little widgets, which I call the cups, and you say, well, here, you control. If you can't get them to make all their own stuff to just, because for whatever reason they don't want to, or they can't, or they fear what they may find out, this is a way that we've kind of breached that teaching lesson, is that you produce a jar that has like the plates on the outside, and it just has a little bit of it has salt water on it. And normally in chemistry, they would expect absolutely nothing to occur within this jar, right?
Yeah.
And then when it does, that all of a sudden their eyes are open. They're like, whoa, what's this? You know, what, you know, you broke that mystique of being, you know, you almost can't give a gift to people anymore. They want to know what's your motivation for giving me something. It has no value. No, it has tremendous, you know, that's what's it's so ironic about the way people act is that, and almost like as Mr. Keshe would say, is that with these enhancement units, people will make excuses not to go into them because of what it may do to them or may change them that they really don't want to be changed. Whether it, and see this kind of, I hate to say this about illnesses and the psychosomatic condition that creates most 70% of the illnesses. A lot of people who have you have to understand what Mr. Keshe has taught about the illnesses and how some of them are for attention, some of them are for other reasons, is that you give them the solution and then they're like, oh no, I'm not really interested. But going back to what this produces is that it allows them to see that there's no trickery here. There's no trying to get you to follow a cult of people. It's here. Look at it, do with you will. If you find it's a value to your ability to seek knowledge and want to learn something new, this is a perfect example of it, where a lot of people won't even, you know, need you to go to that necessary step. But if there's some people that you're coming across that are really, that you want to help because you can see they need help, but for the life of you, you can't understand why they don't want help. I hope that answers your question. I didn't mean to rant on too much about it. Sorry. Whoops. Yeah, I know, Dan. Sometimes I apologize. But okay, so but the technology that Mr. Keshe provides allows you to find peace. It will. Thanks for reminding me, Dan.
Thank you, Stephen, for all your contributions every week.
What is important is that we can keep open discussion. And teach each other and share knowledge. And that's why I always come in as a knowledge seeker. If we do not become arrogant to the knowledge we have and stay humble enough to understand we can always learn more, these kind of discussions, doesn't matter how we get, so how hot we get on the color and carried away, it's good because we don't know who we enlighten and what will be enlightened in some people. It is paramount that we keep this door of humbleness to knowledge and to be able to share not only what we know, but to get to know what they want to teach us.
Mr. Keshe, it's Dean here. Can I ask you a question, please? The knowledge that you taught on Thursday, the ball in that jar, in the container, what position would that ball take if the container wasn't there?
What do you mean?
The ball's rotating in a certain confined position. If that position is expanded, would that ball hold its position on the same plane or in the same dimension, or would it, where would it go? What trajectory, if I can't think of a better word, would it take? Would it follow a field? Would it follow the circular motion? Would the motion expand out? Would it go in a 360 degree, or would it just stay on the same circle that it was on?
Orbits.
Orbits, yes, thank you.
Where the child will
just 1 second, please. If you understood what I was trying to tell you before, in a way, we will understand that we will understand very soon we can do anything in that space. We can change some parameters and we can drain the water. The ball will still behave the same. So if I change some parameters, that ball will move in there. Doesn't matter if I put the water, if I put liquid gold, if I put fresh air. So it's the environment which I create will dictate.
Mr. Keshe, does the universe have a magnetic wind?
It can have if I decided, yeah.
So like the health pen, when you feel the wind, and like when we make a thought and an intention of beauty, the wind through the leaves, the wind through the atmosphere, the environment. For me, it's the same process. So and then expand that out to the universe, the unicos. For me, it's all the same.
What do you mean?
I'm not even sure I know what I mean. I'm speaking from just a soul, just speaking freely. I just feel that there's that, I don't even know, that pull and attraction in either direction that you can achieve with, with your thoughts and intentions. That brings you to a position, as I said, that magnetical wind, that or gravitational wind, but the fields of the universe, the zero-time communication, that traveling point. I don't even know what I'm trying to say now, Mr. Keshe. I sort of I'm just speaking from a soul position, really, just speaking freely.
In this structure, we have created a condition that we do not need to do anything else except change the environment within certain parameters in the structure.
So like taking the scaffolding away, becoming free.
No, we can't do anything with it. We can even change that ball into a stone.
So that goes back to, what do you want? What do you need, or what conditions are you trying to, what would you like to see?
Yes, what you want to see.
That's a very big question, because I think that many souls in a physical body are probably, when you actually ask yourself that question, it's a very difficult question to actually fulfill, even with a thought and an intention, because it's it really does depend on in your environment and your conditions and where you are in that moment as to what you would need, would like. I suppose it's a bit like when Alex, sorry, a bit like when Alex was teaching about the Maradona moment. In that particular moment, with all the souls that were watching that, they wanted to see us or feel a specific thing. So the environment dictated what the soul collective wanted.
Yeah.
Needed. Sorry, Mr. Keshe, I didn't mean to interrupt you then, sorry.
No, it is interesting.
I feel, Mr. Keshe, that the field strength of the knowledge that you're transmitting on a soul level. I think we all feel this now. Thank you for that.
For me, it's funny because I think Mr. Keshe tried to reading in the chat.
Yeah, what happened, what we got to realize that this is why I was asking the teachers to teach about the field, not anymore about what we call ganses and other things. It's, as I say, you know, there's an old way. The teacher says to the what we call the head students to look after the class while I'm gone out of the classroom, or you take over while I'm teaching another class. This is what we are in that position. I've gone back into the lab trying to develop technologies which is in the universal condition, and is the job of you knowledge seekers who look after the classes to look after the class, teach the new way to come. And you will understand that this is what is needed to be done. As many of you understand to that level, is that you cannot rely on me being there all the time. And as knowledge seekers with experience, you got to bring that change in. You got to bring that apparatus of change in. And that's what I've been trying to explain. That new knowledge seekers and old knowledge seekers start thinking in this way. And this is what we need. In a way, I encourage you to move your students, your knowledge seekers, the people you teach, forward. To making my teaching that makes it easier for me to teach, makes it much easier for me. To be able, just 1 second, please, to be able to get the students to move with the new teaching. And that I can teach easier. Because if I can get you lot moving, that to teach the new generation, then it makes it easier for me to teach the new level. That's all we're asking.
So, Mr. Keshe, when we teach, before we teach, would it be to put our thoughts and intentions into putting the field strength out to expand that teaching to the souls that are receiving it, but also further out and across
Yes.
more dimensions other than just the physical beings that we are contacting or engaging with?
In a way, we have to have the confidence in us to be able to teach. And in a way, we have to have that competence. And this is very, very very much if you as knowledge seekers with more experience can move, that you can move the rest. Otherwise we get stuck, everybody's in ganses and everything else.
Mr. Keshe, the animals, the birds and the bees, sorry to catch that phrase, but they just exist. They just feel the feels. They don't have a conscious thought that I know of to, they just receive. They just become gravitational. They just receive. I mean, when you're giving your teachings, you say you reach across the dimensions and teach across the unicos. So the beings in the matter state, let's take that for an example, that the beings here on this planet receive your beautiful knowledge and your teachings, and they're elevating by just receiving these fields that you give out.
What do you mean by that?
So you always said that the animals on this planet would be elevated at the same time. From what I can remember, you said that they would receive the fields, that you are teaching those animals at the same time that you are speaking and teaching humanity. So those animals, as I said earlier, they don't consciously, they're not standing around listening like we are on the end of a Zoom channel. They are, the channel is open 360 degrees and all around them. They just receive. They just exist. The sun is constantly shining. They don't consciously think about anything other than just being. They're happy in their environment most of the time, and they just receive your knowledge, the elevation.
Yes. You see, what is important is we're all made of the same fields. But in different stage, strength, and dimension. The heat of my body is part of my body as a cell. And when it leaves my body, it becomes heat and becomes another dimension to another object. So it is, we are all of us are fields in transition. And if we realize that, so we can become anything.
So that field strength that they receive, is the plasma ignited within that field strength, for want of a better word? Is the plasma engaged?
In a way, yes. In a way, what we want to be as a field.
So if they just receive, if they
So I'm going to take this to a different place altogether now. So fear. We're talking the North American team, Corona team, and we're talking about many people in fear at the moment. So fear has a field strength. So, and you've said that most emotions are, it can be joy to one and fear to another and pain and whatever it is. So how would one change the fear across, let's say, a nation, with a thought and an intention that could reach to balance, using our thoughts and intentions of the beauty of our soul?
What do you mean? Explain.
I suppose I'm trying to say, Mr. Keshe, it would be to go to a level where a field strength where we could, I know we've already done this in the teachings many times, and we've spoken about this many times, where we, as the souls come together, the field strength is enhanced, and we can reach many souls. But it would be nice to reach a position where we help the souls that are in fear. And I know that sometimes they're supposed to, or as far as I know, experience this, or it's down to their own conscious being. But is there any way we could help a nation in fear, or to help these souls to just to bring them back to balance? Because we give unconditionally with everything we have. And I know this has been mentioned many times before. We don't like to see people suffer. Even though that might be a field strength they require. For conscious beings and souls that see this, it's what's the right word? It's hard for us to feel, to experience from a position of a soul that just wants to give unconditionally to help. If that makes sense.
Would we be able to hear from Svetoslav? I'd like him to introduce himself for those who don't know him, and to ask Mr. Keshe directly your question, and let's see how Mr. Keshe handles this.
Thank you. I'm Svetslav from Bulgaria, and I have tried to help too many people, but some of the people have implants like nails, and some have heart implants, valve. And from the protocols of the plasma times, I read that it's not so good they can drink water, probably because of the heart problem. I'm not sure. And I was wondering how can I help them to get rid of the corona? Thank you.
As we don't advise about what you can do, we have put the cup of life out, and you follow the procedure which has been put out for that. And Corona, we have established a protocol for it, for people who make it, and how they follow the protocol for themselves. So we advise you, unless you're a doctor, you can advise people, is just teach them about the cup of life. Cup of Life now is internationally used and commonly, what do you call it, promoted by some national institutes. So the only thing you can do is to advise them with a Cup of Life and how the procedure has been set for it.
Yes, I'm trying to do that.
It is, so we're trying, when we release the Cup of Life with the protocol, is well established, especially if you go on the Iranian channel chats, regularly released on regular basis. And you will see how effective is going to be as use they have and the way it's been built and the science behind it.
Yeah,
the only thing is you can do, the best thing you can do is because the Keshe plasma time is a, what do you call it, registered scientific journal, you can give them the journal. Tell
yes,
them everything is in there.
we translate some of the protocols, but I don't read anywhere about the heart implants and the nails, and that's why I'm asking.
But anybody with the implant you don't touch. It's there, it's in it.
Yeah.
Anybody who's got any kind of implant you don't touch.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, but I was not.
It's in the, it is in the, I think in a few places at the bottom of the page, if I remember, the original was put there. It is, you do not touch anybody with the implant. That's one of the main things we always put out.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. What about the high blood pressure? It's normal?
But then that is again is there. It's in the protocol. It's in the read it. The protocol has been well established because it's a publication. We don't divert from it. It's published. It's what do you call it? Worldwide released, translated, and we stay to it.
Yes. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. This is Jefferson again. Can I ask you one more question?
Yes, of course.
One more. I have a D5 cup set installed, made around 4 months. All of them already have GANs on this. And I've been interacting with it just like a brother with the fields. But if we think that each cup is just like a star formation, but the position of the wires in the plates, they are in straight line. The question is if I change, because all of them already have the GANs instead of or less number one. If I change the position of the wires, can I make or create a kind of spin energy that can make it becomes an energy sender beside to be the plasmatic field, maybe static, I think, unless those with the cups inside that I think that can make the star formation inside that can interact with the cup of soul and then the physicality, inertia, and the gravitational itself. I don't know where is the free plasma position of this, the set in vertical position, unless between them I can feel.
What you mean? Can you go deeper in it?
I mean, if I can now move the position of the wires and the plates within the cup to create a movement from the difference of the plates and the copper just to change the position of the wires inside to create a little bit movement or energy from that. I don't know if I can make myself clear about this.
You mean if you move the plate, you get different energies?
Yes, inside, because they are in line. They have one plate, one coin exactly in the middle, then you have another coin, for instance. If I move the middle coin to the left, it will change the energy inside, the movement inside each cup.
If you move plates, you really don't make much difference, but you take different strength. But in different strength, you can release some of the isotopes of a plate, energy-wise. This is important for many ways. And or you release different strength of ganses, depending on proximity of the plates and springs to each other. It is advised usually you do it anyway when you when, for example, you take amino acid or you change or clean the plate, you move your plates. So we continuously create and collect a spectrum of strength of fields of matters or ganses we produce. So if you move, you allow different strength of the same thing to be created because it has less energies now and needs more energies if distance is put in. And we see this, for example, with plates. When we put two plates and we change the current, the plates are in the same position where we see different gases, different colors are produced from the same plates. When you move plates, you get the same thing. And this will affect when you move plates. You create different ganses. Yes, you do. But of the same, it's isotopes of different energies of.
Okay, understood, Mr. Keshe. Thank you. I was just thinking about not to change the fields itself, but the speed, something or energy that I could make.
The speed, there are different ways to speed. You can put a current on it. You can use two plates. A lot of people don't do it, but you can use two plates of the same. It's how you create the fields. The speed comes through the current. If you have three plates, if you specifically connect them in a specific way that you take the current from different positions of the plates, you double the speed of the current, you increase your production. Where you connect, where you tap into your plate gives a lot of different conditions and how fast you produce material. That's some people produce a lot, some people do a little and they get surprised. Did you put a polarity to your plate? If the polarity follows the same, if when you put two, let's say a copper and a zinc, you put the left or negative of your voltmeter to end of a plate and positive to the other plate, and then when you make your coil, you do it the opposite, they create the wrong fields. You don't produce that much. But if your plate and your coil is negative, positive the same way, you find that you produce much more. This is what a lot of little, what do you call it, things that people don't notice. You're in such a hurry to make everything that you don't realize it's just putting two opposite magnetic fields against each other. Let's say your zinc plate is connected for the lining of the atomic structure from left to right. Yeah. Now you put the other plate and you do it right to left and you connect it. Yeah. You create, you're not working in a world of matter anymore. You're working in a world of fields, they interact. So you get two fields opposite each other, you produce very little. It says, oh, I'm producing little GANs. When I see these, I said, I bet the guy has put the wrong connection if he ever used the, what do you call it, the polarity charge of the voltmeter. When you don't put your polarity charge, when I set up to make the GANs or make a nano coating, everything according to direction of the plate, everything, how the windings are, how even they touch or proximity hanging on the line. Knowledge seekers don't do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
You have to do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
You have to do it.
Yeah. Interesting. Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. I understood.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
I use a current to extend the fields of the ganses. Can I use 1 cup, 1 life GANs to extend, let's say, to the house or 2 houses or neighbor?
Depends. What have you put there? We don't put it. If you do an experiment, do it properly. Yeah. If you have a gas in your house and you want to extend it to the house next door, put a liter in your house and put a small 100 milliliter in a small glass and tell your neighbor to put in the far end of the house opposite to me. Yes, you will. Once you charge yours up, it tries to reach us because it's connected. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
You understand? It's no use you sitting in your living room saying, "Oh, I want my neighbor to get the strength from me." You have to put a pointer for it to go.
Yeah,
You
the
understand?
stronger go to the weaker.
Yeah, no. It's not weaker. It's extending the fields.
Yes.
It is going stronger to the weaker. But you said if I increase the charges, would it go to my neighbor? It might get to the wall of the neighbor or 10 centimeter inside. But if you give him 100 million, tell him to put in the far end opposite to my system in your house, you will reach to the other end. The house will be covered. You understand?
Yes, but I was trying to explain a different thing. I dried the GANs from 1 cup or any GANs in general. I put the current and the fields extend to 20-30 meters. At least I can feel the field. Maybe it's 15 meters, I don't know. Can I use, let's say, towers, few towers in the neighborhood so they can clean the corona?
I can't answer you. You can't ask me such a question. You have to take it to your own understanding. And this is not a point to discuss here. You missed the beginning of the teaching. You do not discuss if you can clean and do this and that in these teachings. That's your decision. Go back to the beginning of these teachings, today's teaching or meeting, that you cannot do this. You cannot speak, cannot clean, or even in your teaching in Bulgaria, you cannot do this.
But how we can clean the
Well, you cannot clean. You cannot use this terminology in the workshops. You understand? You can extend it to interact with it, but you cannot use terminology of can we clean it. Do you have a certificate to show you can do? You understand?
I put in the chat a reference about what gift from gift to Jalal, from you to Jalal and to everybody else.
Yes, the thing is,
I don't mean to interrupt. Perhaps if they put up the disclaimer, Mr. Keshe, on the screen, they could read what we talked about earlier today. About talking about such things. Maybe he just didn't understand why you weren't answering.
yes, okay, could you put it, please? Let him read.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No problem, that's all.
I don't seem to have that. Could someone put that up, please?
The thing is, please, for those knowledge seekers who came later, in none of the teaching, doesn't matter in what language, you cannot speak about the cure or clean or whatever on your teachings. They bring your YouTube down. You cannot speak about cure. You cannot say we change, we whatever. You understand? I hope you understand. And that's why you're not getting a response. You want to talk about it, we don't have such a room here to talk about it with the new regulation on YouTube.
Yeah, I think I understand now.
Yeah. You can teach people, your neighbors putting things up, you can test things, but you cannot discuss it in public.
Mr. Keshe, I had a question about, is there any knowledge that can be gained from nano coating in a deep vacuum?
Yes, a lot. If you put nano coating in a deep vacuum, they open up. Especially if you create magnetic field vacuum systems. Yes, they do open up.
Is any of that in the patent?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
If you know how to create magnetic field vacuum conditions, it becomes like a space condition. And it's a very specific way to produce it. I do it on a need basis. This is a specific way to create this environment. And you need to create a lot of like black holes outside the environment, and needs a lot of knowledge of deep space technology. I do that with little tricks which I have developed over time, and it works.
Can you elaborate a little bit on what the differences of deep vacuum and a magnetic deep vacuum would be?
Deep vacuum is when we suck the atomic structure out of a space. We have machines which go up to -13. We have one, a small one, in the lab here in Austria. I was puzzled when I was allowed to be able to purchase by the American government, because they can be used for nuclear preparation, but somehow they gave me a permit to have it, and I go to -13, is atomic vacuum, which means I extract a lot. There are machines that go up to -14, and you have odd atomic structures still hanging in there, but you let it run for maybe half an hour, an hour. to get to the best of the suction. And then what they usually do, if, for example, we want to feed in vacuum suction from the system, we actually introduce hydrogen gas into the chamber first before we go for a vacuum. It's a special way to do it. We use it in nuclear preparation. And then the deep magnetic vacuum is that doesn't matter what atomic structure is there, you reduce the interacting magnetic fields between the atoms, which means it's like putting hot water in a soup, in a sugar. You just open them. And this needs a lot of understanding of magnetic field motions, plasmatic magnetic field motion, and needs a lot of background knowledge about cosmic rays. And it happens in the space. I tested it a lot in the matter state vacuum machines. We still have our matter there. If you have for example, let's say if copper is there, the environment around it will be vacuumed. But when you use magnetic field vacuum, you find out your copper disintegrates. It's not there. It pulls apart. It changes shape of molecular structure. It's totally different knowledge because man vacuum system is matter state. You take atoms out, as I said. Plasmatic magnetic field vacuum, you pull apart the magnetic fields, which holds the matter together in that environment. Usually it's done in a very, very specific, what we call black boxes, which is created through multi-layer of nanostructures. It's a very, very special way. It takes me 6 months to produce one box, because you have to create a specific magnetic fields in certain ways that it literally pulls apart the fields in the chamber. In uranium white, the big reactor, one of the chambers is designed to do this itself. It's by inherent, by design, we force this. And then we create fields which pulls it out of it, and it twists and bends it in a way. When you look in, you see lights created from the interaction. The best vacuum machines, they just take the matter out, but the fields are still there. But if you develop a system where you can take the vacuum out, all the atomic structure out, but then you add the magnetic field, plasma field vacuum in, then you get a different story. But if you look at for example, the surface of the uranium reactor, when we go to this level, we find out after a few seconds, when we go for the atomic vacuum, we see there is still there, because the vacuum condition and the magnetic field vacuum loosens the top layers of the structure, and then so you have more atoms free in the space, which clogs up your plasma. So when we reconnect the high vacuum system in, for example, if we were at 13, we see we come to 11. It's not a leakage. It's literally like nano layers, top layers dissolve into atomic structure and they come out.
So could you say that all matter state is inherent to those magnetic disassociations if you're trying to, I don't know, if you were trying to replicate the mother's hug of such that it's the separation of the atom or disassociation, I don't know if that's the proper word for the atomic structure, is that in a way you're creating, that's a part of the process to create the
Your
end
stomach
result.
does this all the time.
Okay.
Your intestine does it all the time. Your intestine has this double vacuum condition of different strength gases inside outside each other. This is how we transfer energies from the inside intestines into limbs. Is not something that is not done, is something that we have to understand. The limb side has a lower plasmatic field compared to the intestine. And then when the body uses the material and it wants to return it back through the lymph, the material which is returning has a different gravitational magnetic field, slightly higher, because it's lost its strongest or weakest, which was needed. Now it supplies back into the body what it doesn't need. And this is how our body works. Our body vacuum inside is around about 14. In some organs like kidney, we see up to -16 in a specific part of kidney. In liver, we see a combination from -6 to -18, 14, because each one has a strength for different element to store. But again, if you go on a magnetic field strength, you will see it has both. It could be on the magnetic field on one side, let's say 10, on the inside is 6. And when it's used, the matter energy which goes through the body, it changes to matter state in the intestine again. In the lymph is the energy because lymph cells take it, but when it goes back into the blood or into the intestine, because it has to convert into a matter energy state, it changes into excrement, part of it. What if scientific data collected and you collect people's intestine food in different positions, you see material appears which they never ate, but it comes into it. We are not bothered with it. We never followed it. We never understand it. As much as you eat and the food goes through your intestine, and then it becomes energy to go to your limbs, and then becomes all your bone marrow and everything else, and part of the body, then the reverse takes place. And the energy from the limbs on the waste and the blood will change into matter in your intestine and comes out, where you never ate that material for maybe weeks, but now it comes back because the body creates that kind of waste. This is part of the structure that we have to understand. We never knew. It's like we see this one. I've explained this in all teachings in the intestine, up to a point near the end of the intestine, joining the big intestine, we absorb all the B12s. All the B12s we can, because we use a lot of B12s, which is a gamma rays. whatever can convert into it, energy level that becomes a gamma ray that we take, and it goes into our limbs. And you see certain limbs have a slightly brighter because they're loaded with gamma rays. And they, because of their high energy, they only can be absorbed by 2, 3, positions in the body, the limbs and a couple of knots, glands. Then at a certain point in the intestine, suddenly, it's a micro. Suddenly, the intestine takes all the B12s back in, and it goes part of your excrement. Because before that line, the body has absorbed, used the energy. Weaker gamma rays which are not needed now has to be disposed of. So body creates a negative plasmatic field in that part, and the weaker gamma ray goes into intestine. We let it go as an excrement. And while it's going through the big intestine, it absorbs all the fields from all the leftover energies which are coming through. It gets charged up to the level which the body needs. Old farmers used to use their own excrement and whatever, and they used to eat it back through agriculture. And if you lose that cycle of taking natural B12 back from these kind of things, it comes back with usually animals eating it, like you give it to your cow, whatever, you take it back through the red meat, then you replenish, you stay healthy. This is why when I do test with people, and we look at their blood tests and to have a look, one of the first things you look at B12. You find all the vegetarians have a very low B12 level, which means they are not digesting certain strength level energies in their body, and you see new diseases. And it's very easy when you look at the blood test to immediately to say if somebody is a vegetarian or not, or they have a lack of vegetation, or what they call B12, lack of red blood use. And then the same thing, you see this in high blood pressure. We see it very instinctively because high blood pressure comes from high sign of salt or high radiation by consuming too much meat, which means there's too much gamma ray absorbed within the circle of the circulation, and the body gets heated up. It's very, very simple. Then it's the same process of negative gravity, positive gravity, but negative magnetic plasmatic field gravity or matter gravity or vacuum condition. Knowledge is very simple because we never understood it. This is why we can control a lot of things. When I go for something, we see one of our friends recently is suffering from certain condition, and within 3-4 days, knowing exactly what we do, we have changed the condition. But I don't get involved in these things because we need to understand the totality and what things have, what's the negative pressure, what's the positive pressure in intestine, in the heart, in lung. And if it's a matter condition vacuum or is a gravitational magnetic field vacuum condition. And then you play. This is what I say when knowledge seekers work and do these kind of things, you have to understand the totality of it. Then you say it doesn't work. It does work. It's just that we have to understand how. We have to understand the totality of the knowledge. We have to understand what fields create with, with what. How our body changes in consumption of different material in different field zones of the planet. We all eat oranges around the world. We ship oranges from one part of the world to another, but none of us will get the same strength orange, doesn't matter where you came and where you live. Because the shape of the orange itself, the acidity of the orange itself, according to the position where it was grown and where it's delivered, changes. It's a spherical shape, it's dynamic. So you can take the same orange in China, and you can take the same orange, buy the same box from the same tree, and eat it a month later, a week later in Europe, or the same day in Europe. You'll find out the taste, the texture, the emotion is totally different. Because environmental field is not just gravitational magnetical, it affects our intestine, affects our what we absorb from that. Maybe in China, we took, let's say from level 1 to 10, we took number 6. In Europe, we take number 8 strength of it. It gives us different emotion, it gives us different understanding. I keep on being told, explain, can you explain more detail? To explain, you have to understand chemistry, biology, physics, cosmology. Then you can understand what it does, how it interacts, how you create cosmic rays in the body, because you absorb it from outside. This is why we behave slightly different in different part of the altitude and different positions, because of the level of cosmic rays we absorb at different altitudes or in a space. Knowledge seekers have to get familiar with this to understand, to look at totality, not just I put a GANS there and why it doesn't work. Did you make a GANS of CO2 next to Zn? What was the distance? Did the jars stay next to each other? When we hold GANSes in the lab, we put nano plates in between them. If you come into the lab and have a look, all the important GANSes we have all have nano plates in between that the fields don't interact with even the fields behind them. We have, God knows, hundreds of nano plates in the lab. Every GANS is secured field-wise. When we do tests, we cover tables for a specific test with nanosheets to create isolation, to create condition of fields. When you see the enhancement units, there is a massive sheet of nano-coated copper to separate the system from Earth's gravitational magnetic field. It's not just a normal thing. When you receive the enhancement units, when you go just have a look, everything has to be calculated. And experienced knowledge seekers like you, a lot of you are teachers and carry classes and you teach, you have to consider the field interaction. And you don't do, you just make GANSes and that's it. When you teach about the GANSes, you have to explain to them how to distance it, what kind of GANs you make. Why do you need to have the amino acid of it? Why do you use part of the GANs water and not the other? When I use gases for a specific job, I go deep to the bottom if I want high pressure plasmatic fields. If I want something for light, I take from the top. Even the water I calculated, you not just go in and take a gas water. You got to teach it to your student that they become aware of as a second nature. How do you store your gases? I put all our gases are in a specific zero stainless steel, which means magnetic free. If you come to the lab, you will see none of my gases which I use are on the table somewhere. The tables I have are given to me as a gift by the Iranian government. It's a zero magnetic field. You can't put magnet on it, and no way. So my jars stay totally perfect.
Is that what is referred to as 316 non-magnetic stainless steel?
Yes, but the ones I have are built by the Russian System for Space Technology.
Okay.
I was shipped 20 of them as a gift by the Iranian scientists about 10, 12 years ago. It was a gift from the Iranian government for that I could work in a, what do you call it, in a zero magnetic field in the lab. This is only tables we have. There's no other tables. All my labs has been. I work in a zero condition. That's why I'm not worried. There are a couple of maybe tables somewhere. And even with the newer space system, we use totally wooden tables, even in the space cabs. When you set up laboratories, test environment the way I work, everything is counted. When you come into the lab, all my tools are against the wall, away from the center tables. Even we have buckets, metal, or shelves, metal, except one place which I deliberately put it for some deviation of fields. Everything is away. The tables are all centralized. And it's a zero field. Some of you don't have access to these things. That's why we get different results. That's why we show faster results. That's why we show totally different things as you do. When, as I said, when you come into the lab, we must have, what do you call it? 30, 40, maybe more jars next to each other, behind each other, but they're all separated with a piece of wood and nano plates hanging. That CO2 cannot transfer field to Zn, and bottom is closed. We can put a lid on top, but because we keep the nanomaterial, the environment is more or less sterilized from transfer of field. Where you set up a bench for work, you have to look all of it. Is there electric power next to you? Is how the light comes into the building. I choose for some test tables away that during the morning, the sunlight hits the table because I'm looking for a specific energy, but people don't realize how I work. Because it's a second habit. It's the nature of understanding fields, because I only work with fields. I don't look at the matter state. And these are the things that as teachers, you have to understand to pass on, that people get results, they understand the results. When you're producing nano material, when you're producing gases, try to do it on a plastic table that the metal content, because the reason made iron and gravitational magnetic field of this planet on a magnetic field strength is in iron. So you get an interaction. So you better work on the plastic tables. You got to consider all these things. If you want a high quality nano coating, you buy potassium separately and you add into your caustic before you apply it. It brings a higher field radiation, it brings a higher temperature, you get a totally different nano coating. But what do you need that nano coating for? I used to spend hours looking for what do you call it? Sprays which the restaurants use for cleaning their vacuum, what do you call it, air conditioning, where it sucks all the fat out, because they have a specific potassium mixture in it. And you need it because that potassium, part of it, a percentage of it, carries a specific K40, which is a radioactive, that it gives you higher resolution, bigger gap, you get a fluffier, what do you call it, nano coating, which allows you to operate in a different shape from radiation absorption. All these things, as teachers, you have to teach. Then you work only with the fields. I don't work with the matter. For me, the matter finishes the minute I put the plate into caustic. From then on, everything is field. The gases, your interaction.
What about nano coating, putting your box on the ground?
You can't put it anywhere.
No, I mean, is there a field effect from the earth if you're connected with that?
Yes, of course it is. We always, if you, it's different ways to do it. When we nano coat in the factory, we let the coating to grow in a special heated box control they put in there. In the next few days, Keshe Foundation will sell a new nano coating box, which means you buy a container, a system where if you have a hot water in a tank that you can pipe into it, or you can buy it with a pipe and a waste tank. And all you need to do, you just put your plates, whatever you want to nano coat, close it. 48 hours later, you open up, everything is done to perfection. You just put your plates in your caustics and close the door. We are testing the final phases of it, and all the Keshe Foundation factories will what do you call it? To carry these machines. It's automation, but it makes it easy. We don't carry caustic or whatever. And there is no environmental pollution, there is no waste, and our factories become zero, what they call zero hazardous, because even the waste, if you know collect it, you can make soap with it. We designed this new nano coating boxes a few months ago, and now it's completed. Tests are nearly completed in China. So you take it out, it's literally what you call, it's like a Kentucky Fried Chicken, if you understand the fryers they use. Something like that, but it's timed, processed, washed. You put your plate in, you put your caustic out, you take out the clean plates, everything nano coated, and then that's it. And you can keep it closed till you want to use it. It's about 0.5 meter wide, 90 centimeter high on its own legs. You can buy storage heater on top of it to heat up and connect to it, or you can, what do you call it? Or you can handle it yourself, you can do anything with it. Because this way, we make sure everybody gets the same kind of all enough. In the factories, everything is exactly nano-coated the same way.
Did you say it doesn't use caustic?
You use caustic, but you
okay.
put it at the bottom.
So would it allow for aluminum nano coating?
Anything you like. You can nano coat, God knows, the glass.
Mr. Keshe, one question about nano coating. Vitamins, as you said about the B12, for instance, can we make it with gas of CO2, or should we exactly make it with the caustic and potassium as the regular way to make these vitamins nano coated? And after we get the gas of this B12, for instance, if you put it in a pad and put over the stomach or thymus, we have the fields that we need to correct some deficiency.
I don't
That's the question.
understand. Can you repeat it?
Yes, when you make, for instance, B12 gas or any medicine gas, we can make it with the CO2 gas mixed, or should we make it with the normal caustic production?
You have to decide. It's your decision what you want and what you want to use it for.
Yeah, just like a B12, as you were
Doesn't
saying.
matter, B12, what do you want to use the B12 for? Do you know why we use the B12?
Right, was just an example.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. If you use a B12, B12 is priority for neurosystem because the cells are white, if you understand it. So you don't use a B12 usually with CO2. You make a B12 with zinc water. You understand?
Okay. Yes, I do.
You understand?
I do.
So these are little things you have to watch. Everybody just uses a CO2, that's it. It doesn't work that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? You have to understand what are you using it for? What's the end purpose?
Right, understood. So by we could use it for a few minutes in the pad, in the specific part of the body to correct maybe the fields inside the body with the result of this nano coating. Instead, only use the fields. Maybe we don't need to put it close to the body.
You have to understand why you do it. The reason you do it, for what purpose you're going to use it. The new Corona unit, which are getting developed, hopefully we can get the first set out this week. There is nothing, it's just like, you go to the airports and you go through an X-ray machine. We've developed a machine that you stand in between 3 to 10 minutes, depending. And you go with Corona, and then they have to test you when you come out of the Corona. You come out of the system. And this will be done by doctors. And in a few weeks' time, we will show the results. They're going to use 100 patients which have a confirmed results, and then put them through this process. 2 systems are going to be finished hopefully in next few days, couple of weeks or this week, so one of them, and goes to the doctors for testing. Then we create a specific condition for energy level of the corona. The proximity, you don't need to drink any water, you don't need to wash anything, you don't need to do anything.
Only the fields. That's
Only the
another
fields.
gift that you've given to us. Another gift, Mr. Keshe.
Welcome,
How
but
wonderful.
this is what we do. But the way we bring this disbursement of the field for corona is a very different way than we have taught up to now.
Up a new way.
It's a new way. It's a universal way. This is how, in a space, if you are hit by a virus, by a package of magnetic field, we put you in there, the system will adjust immediately. Within seconds, you're saved.
Wow.
The technology is tested. We're just playing because it's so beautiful to you. You play and you learn more. The framework of the 2 systems are in the lab already built.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, again.
You're welcome. It's understanding the knowledge. It's understanding the full capability of the knowledge. I have what you call access to a lot, but people have to understand it. And as I said before, I have a trusted people in the lab, so it's a pleasure to work. It's a pleasure to be back in the lab and work with what you are comfortable with. I don't let nobody into the section where I work unless I trust. Because you got to feel comfortable and you got to be at ease with what you do. Then you see more things, you can do more things. Because you put your soul in it, the interaction of it. I don't let anyone with negative emotions come into the lab. No way. You come in, it has to be a happy soul, bringing joy, bringing understanding what you contribute. Because it's a fact, it's part of the emotion. When a lot of people know when I don't feel like I don't make things because the emotion, the positive emotion is not in it. You got to consider everything when you play with magnetic field energies.
Mr. Keshe, sorry to bother you. That would be too far if it was to say you're using really MagRav there for this new machine you're introducing to the doctor for the
What do you
corona.
mean?
Well, so far we've been using gas, water, and spray and so forth. You've just transferred the field, the same field that you've made a cup 1 and cup 2 into the MagRav, and the MagRav continuously gives you the field at that level.
The new system doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
But if you see with your MagRavs, you want to test them that way, why not? But you have to understand, are you pulling in or are you giving out? There has to be a point of transmission and point of receiving.
So you have to have 2 ports.
Of course. It has to move from one place. It's no use you putting it into the body where it's going to go out of the body.
Yes.
That's why in chrono test in Iran, we put a patch in the back and the front. It's in the report.
Yeah. Still a lot for us to learn, a lot.
Of course, 20 years, we haven't even started yet.
I think I'm on the first page.
I'm still on the first line, at least you read a page.
I'm sure you're way past 1,000 Oxford
No,
Dictionary, that many pages.
But you got to realize all bits, which now for me is normal, I've been working on since the age of 8, 10.
God bless.
Resolving step by step. It takes time. It just elevation is understanding, and the next step adding. I was telling someone recently, I found notebooks from 20 years ago, 30 years ago, where in corners of these books I've drawn new reactors, changing it, considering what do you call it, change of position of the one element and see what happens. The patterns are written nearly 15 years ago. And when we wrote the patterns, already 20 years work was done in it. The technology in its totality was complete in 1980s, except the factor of making it possible for gravity to ignite it. And now in 2000 was complete. The first design of a space reactors was done 1978, 1977, when I was a student in college.
Possible to apprehend.
It's a game you play. That's what football does to you. When you play football, you wonder where the ball goes and where the gravity takes it. So you play football and physics together. Many times I used to go and play a snooker just to understand the motion of when a neutron hits or a fast electron hits, to what the speed to hit and where it goes. I spend a lot of time in the snooker clubs. Can't play. I have no idea how to play, just to see the reaction of the balls, how you hit, how they hit each other, how they react. I wasn't interested in the game. I was interested in the reaction of the neutrons, how in fields we can play when they hit each other, what energy they get, what it goes to where. I spent 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning in the snooker clubs, just understanding neutron interactions. Absolutely useless in the game. But paid a lot of money playing.
So, Keshe, could I say something, please?
Yeah.
It appears to me, at least to me myself, I'm not sure about the rest of the knowledge seekers. I'm a slow learner, and I haven't been catching up from the beginning. But having said that, I think we know a bit of an alphabet so far as the field is concerned. It's very hard for us to understand the value of the field and what strengths they're at. So we have got the alphabets. In order for us to learn how to write a sentence, we need to learn grammar as well. And that grammar part is missing in our structure of understanding in order to be able to manipulate the field at the different strengths so that we could manipulate it in terms of manifesting different physicality or delivering for different application, say different type of diseases that we have. So we don't know what field strengths we have to create, how we can create that field strength. And I think it's that part that we're missing and we can't catch up. So we are in a limbo, so to speak. And I don't know if there's any way for you, you could, in the most layman's way, you could tell us how to put the dots together.
You see, the fields are the gel, are the glue in keeping things. And in so many ways, the structure of the universe is glued with magnetic fields. You got to find a way according to the condition. I cannot tell you this is the way it's done for this purpose, because what else is in your environment? And then you have to continuously create condition of density, or what I call loose fields. If you, a magnetic field environment is like an accordion. You can press it, or you can open it. But at the same time, by pressing and changing the field, you have the air which comes into. In the matter on Earth, we cannot change it. In the space, is less of it. So you have to consider all the time, with your compression of the fields and extension of the fields, what materials you're pulling in. What fields have you created to bring the material in? Or with that field, you do not extract anything inside as a matter state, atomic or molecular. Then you have to see how fast you can transfer the fields. You can pull it out, or you can depress it, or you can open it. It took me, as I said earlier on, a few minutes, maybe half an hour, to explain what I want as amplifier, or I want to adjust current, or I want to change the frequency. And I could explain easily because I understood, it was understood, and by next day, more or less, was on the table. It's the knowledge which cannot be taught unless you are in a specific condition, you want to create a specific condition. You have to look at the glue, the glue of it, and the speed of the flow of it. You can still have a gel, but flowing very fast. Or you can have a water going very slow. You create that density, you create that flow with application of it. Then the matter inside will change and behave accordingly. But when you do this, you want to play, you have to stick in a field disturbance, a field producer. That's why in your nano coating machines or system or boxes, there is always one nano coated. If you put two plates, you do nothing. When you put a nano material, you create a magnetic field around it. Then the game plays. So you always have to understand what have you put, where you put, and how you put, and how you position your nano material or your gases. If you look, I always explain it in a very, very simple way you all understand very quickly, is your bladder. Your bladder is the best example of the field interaction in the body. If you're cold or you get frightened, which changes the emotion, the field changes in the body, your bladder gets full very quickly because the kidney condition creates the extraction. But if it can be done so easily, so we should be able to repeat it. Both create a flow and field condition change. So how hard would that be? Not much. If you understand it, you have to always look at the condition and the position and the flow and what is around you.
Mr. Cash, you make it very easy for Kay.
Why?
You made it very simple.
It is simple. The knowledge of creation is extremely simple. It's just that because we didn't know, we made it more complicated. Now we know. Now we know what we can do. It's easier than making a piece of bread.
Or a cake.
Cake is too difficult.
But only sugar.
Anyway, thank you very much. We've been here too long. I came to be a knowledge seeker. We learn in any case anyway. Thank you
This
very
is
much.
the best Sunday we have, Mr. Cash. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
Thank you, Mr.
for your
Keshe.
time. Thank you.
Thank you for continuing to elevate us. It seems there's
We
a
all
lot
share
of,
knowledge. We are all students.
yeah, it seems there's a little bit of etiquette in the plasma technology that we need to know a little bit more, like when you go to finishing school, for example. These little details, these little tricks you share.
Yeah, this is the niche of it, but you have to be aware of it. You cannot do it sometimes and not do it next time. It has to become a habit. One of the first things you do, I've seen a lot of people put their picture on and you see everything is on the table. When you test, if you walk into the lab, now we set it up, you should be able to eat on the floor of the lab. Your table should be free of, when you test, from anything, a screwdriver, whatever, because they're all interact fields. You have already used it to touch a nano, you have magnetic tip, all these counts. You got to separate your making side and the testing side. You see totally different results. Don't forget what is important, because especially with the gases and the plasma from hydrogen and that kind of thing, you're working with a very, very weak field. The smallest thing will affect. It's not just to be clean. Cleanliness is part of a lab where you work, but having it cleaned out the way you work, because you're already working with a drip, not try to get half of the drip out with something else. You're left with much, so you don't get the results. If you nanocoat and you twist it to make it a coil, and that's it, I've done a coil after I twist. No, your nanocoat goes back in the caustic, cold caustic for 24 hours to rebuild all the damages you did during the winding. These are little things, because you're working with one of the lowest field strength in the universe, and it doesn't take much to distract it. All these little things you have to watch, you have to do. As always, remember, it's different between having something to eat or just you sit there and watch that there might be something ready for dinner. You got to look after everything. Your success rate goes up by 100%. If you just dare to do things, then you're in trouble.
Just
Thank
a
you very
quick
much.